Always playing progress. Okay. Oh man, let's hop to it. Man, I hope I'm prepared. Oh wait, I am. That's always good. So here comes your calendar as to what you guys were doing. And what a day it is, or an end of the day it has been. You guys were attacked by the Avernian warlord Bitterbreath, a horned devil of some theatricality, shall we say. He rode at you with his war band across the Avernus wastes. You guys all got into your various cars, all your various hell machines. You guys had a very Mad Max battle. Harpoons, bears, teleporting into vehicles, lightning, all kinds of crazy shit. Devils being run over. It was absolute madness. The only thing was missing was a guy called Max. And you guys won a great victory that day as the war band was soundly defeated. And its warlord soundly humiliated. With that, you got the information out of their warlord. And he told you where to find Smiler Defiler. He told you that a while ago, he had basically usurped of him half of his warband. And he had set up shop at an obelisk that stands on a tall hill, some ways from the monument of Tiamat. This is where the good Smiler, or the very bad Smiler, has positioned himself. And so you could probably find him there. He likes to hang out over there. You guys are like, thanks, and murdered him. But it's not murder. He's a devil. It's okay. It's allowed. It's probably the best thing for it. And then you guys were like, all right, let's go back to sleep. And found yourselves going into Nithroyal's Barbie Beach House. And just kind of hung out there. You guys were served by a variety of different Kens with different disciplines. And generally had a good time. And you all would have got a very comfortable, maybe slightly sunburned long rest. And wake up the next morning, and that's where we'll pick it up. So there is certainly enough food around here of a variety of types. I imagine Nithroyal would have themed it very Barbie, I guess, sort of beachy maybe. Where it's like sort of beachy breakfast, like beachy resort breakfast, where it's kind of like a buffet platter of various eggs and omelets and all kinds of delicious things you can possibly wish to eat. So, as you wake up, you have breakfast and everyone's meeting up. What would you like to do?
Okay, to start with, I'm gonna unattune my bow and reattune to my boots of flying. So that'll be part for now, whatever that is. That's done. But nothing else. I'll just make sure that I'm all together, gear cleaned and ready to go.
All right, no problem.
All right, are you guys ready to get out of here? Spent all night kicking Kens out of my room.
Yes, I suppose we ought to ready ourselves to re-engage in the hunt for Smiler.
Well, we know where we're going now.
So I'm taking it Mad Maggie is on her way or here?
Well, I suppose when we step out of the mansion or drive out of the mansion, as the case may be, maybe Mad Maggie will be waiting for us.
Okay.
We won't know until we step out.
I'll jump in there, Tormentor, and drive her out.
All right. Well, I can poke my head out the door.
So we've got Horlek in one vehicle, Tamlin in the other, and then the four of us in the big beastie. Is that question mark? Is that correct?
It certainly
That's how we
can.
want to do it.
Sure.
We can organize any way we want.
Yeah, I think the only thing with that is the 2 Tormentors won't be, they'll just be drivable. We haven't got anybody using the weapons that are on there, if that's the case.
Then would
I mean,
it,
I can generate more hell apes.
or would it be better to have? Would it be better if I was with Tamlin and Nithroel was with Horlek? That
I
way,
can
there's
summon-
somebody to drive and somebody to use weapons in each vehicle.
Yeah, I can summon Fae that would be able to operate the weapons, so I can hang out with the driver of the big one and
That's
then summon something if anything shows up.
That's awesome. All right,
Mhm.
Tamlin, I'm with you.
All right. Off we go.
All right.
Just so you know, by the way, Vivian's got like the 1950s Marilyn Monroe scarf around her neck with the giant sunglasses. Looking very like classic Hollywood in the Mad Max.
Incredible. Incredible. All right, you guys emerge back onto the hellish plane. Let's see. Let's go back to hell. Like, Kens are like, oh yeah, see you later, see you later. And girls like, namaste. And they all just kind of, like, hey, have a good day, have a good day. And then I was like, goodbye, boys. And you guys all walk out to see the scene once more. Not all about Mooncolor. I guess Mooncolor just kind of held down the door, just watched the door very protectively. And as you emerge, you do see that there is a scavenger that is like a new scavenger anyway, that is out here on the wastes and is just sort of being wheeled around by a couple of the red caps. And you do see Mad Maggie standing sort of like, get that over there, yes. And you all come out and goes, hello, my dears, welcome back to hell.
Yeah, we're back. We took out Bitter Breath for you.
Oh, and I am so thankful and all this salvage too. Oh, well, wonderful. You go above and beyond, my dears, above and beyond. Well, I think a little reward is in order, why don't you? Yes, all right, very well. Well, first things first, I think she looks over and like sees Bitter Breath dead with his strange helmet. And she'll be like, young lads, could you get his helmet off for me? And they'll be like, yeah, yes, baby. And they'll go over and start like sticking daggers like into his skull and trying to crowbar the helmet, like that's basically been like locked and seared onto his head, and just start prying it off and start wriggling it free, making all kinds of horrible gushing and cracking sounds until the helmet finally comes free. And she will take it in her hand and be like, there we go, a little prestidigitation, some of the bits will fall off. And she'll say, so I leave with you all a choice of what sort of reward you would like. The first I could offer is, of course, the Helm of Bitter Breath, which is something that naughty horn devil stole from a pit fiend a while ago. But this is a Helm of Devil Command. Yes, a Helm of Devil Command. The other that I could offer you is a mystery box of sorts. I think it's more fun that way. So, would you like the Helm of Bitter Breath, or would you like the mystery box item?
Gotta be the box. It's always the box.
I mean, whichever is good. I can't wear the helm, but boy, does that seem like it'd be handy right around now.
It does, but
But the box.
What's in the box? Says Moonpie.
it's gonna be
Great
socks, guys.
curiosity.
It's gonna be socks.
See, the helm controls devils,
Yes.
but the box could be anything.
We know we're going to pick the box, so we might as well
Let's
just say
just
the
pick the
box. We're gonna.
Thank you, Maggie. We'll take the box.
I'll say Horlick being the last. Well, you suggested it anyway. I'll just say like, as we like pause and the narrator looks at the party, you have to like, you have to wonder if Mad Maggie knew they would pick the box, being Fey creatures. No, if this was some political tactic, oh, well, we will see, won't we? And then we hit play on the scene. Okay.
Right, so just a quick question then, just before we do open the box. What is the helm? Is it like medium armor or anything like that? What kind of?
The helm is like, and that's the weird thing about D&D is like adding helms and bracers and stuff doesn't actually add anything to your armor. So you would look at this and go, okay, this isn't for armor per se. It looks super fucking cool. I'll send you a picture of it.
Is it helm spelled with 2 L's?
No, it's not helm.
It should be.
Perhaps. But this is what it looks like. Matt Maggie would have.
That's impressive.
But you guys have also picked the mystery box. So the mystery box is what it shall be.
A second helm.
It is also a helm of Devil Command. I'm gonna roll a dice for what she wins here. Let's see. Ooh. Okay. Okay, we'll do 1, 2. We're not doing that one. All right, it looks like it's gonna be. I'll put that one in there. So if let's do. So 1. How far left is this side? That one. She will snap her fingers, and appearing indeed is a box, a chest of sorts, if you will. And she'll open it up and look inside, quite pleased with herself, and go, "Oh, here we are." And she will produce from inside of the box tack. It has bridle, bits, reins, saddles, stirrups, and spurs. It is meant for a horse, and she sort of takes it out and she'll sort of put it in the sand. It is made of like a dark blackened leather, as if it was taken from the back of some fiendish creature. It has all kinds of. It's very evil. How she likes her, like, there's like all this like horrific demon accoutrement. She's like, it's very like that. She goes, "This is known as the Infernal Tax, my dears. Yes, the Infernal Tax it takes a Narzugon devil and binds a nightmare to its service. Well, this is what Narzugon devil do. They bind nightmares to their service with the Infernal Tax. I took this off a naughty little Narzugon the other day, and I thought I'd give it to you. So you see what happens is that a nightmare equipped with the Infernal Tax must serve whoever the spurs whoever wears the spurs until the wearer dies or the tack is removed. So you may use an action to call the nightmare, equipped with the infernal tack, by clashing the spurs together or scraping them through blood. This is the two ways you call your nightmare to you. The nightmare appears at the start of your next turn, within 20 feet of you. It acts as your ally. It takes its turn on your initiative count. It remains for 1 day until you or it dies, or until you dismiss it as an action. If the nightmare dies, it reforms in the 9 hells within 24 hours, after which you can summon it again. The tack doesn't conjure a nightmare from thin air. One must first be subdued so the tack can be placed onto it. No nightmare accepts this forced service willingly, but some eventually form strong loyalties to their master and become partners in evil together. Lucky for you, Mad Maggie likes all of you dearies, so I already wrestled one up for you.
Great.
Oh, you already
was-
subdued a nightmare?
Yes, that's right.
I was worried I was gonna have to wrestle one.
You were
You can always
worried
wrestle another. There's your
you were going to have to wrestle one.
We might still have to.
I mean,
Huh.
perhaps I didn't already wrestle you up a nightmare. Yeah, sure. Perhaps I didn't already wrestle you up a. And they all like and all the red they sort of like run around in circles, and eventually the actual rest of the tack, the actual saddles and reins and bits and bridle are produced, not just the spurs. And one of them sort of got like fiend blood on their hand. A lot of them fiend blood on their hands. They kind of sort of like put it all over their caps happily. And they come over and give you the rest of it as whatever former nightmare was on it is no more. They're like, yes, I would have been doing a little too much, perhaps, if I had already got the nightmare for you.
Yeah, real shame. That would have been convenient.
There's only one
Arr.
stipulation to the attuning of the spurs. You must be evil.
Excellent.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't see an
good.
issue there.
Excellent. And with that, you guys have Infernal Tack. You have to apparently now wrestle a nightmare and basically like forcibly put this on them and denture them into your evil servitude together. Yeah. She goes, very well. I think that is suitable payment for the salvage and the defeat of my enemy. And sure enough, you will be defeating another one. A Smiler indeed is perhaps becoming a warlord. And we can't have another one of those, can we, in the power of vacuum? So, is there anything else I could do for you, dearies?
We will let you know when we've dispatched of Smiler.
Oh, thank you so much. And if I might request, when you find Smiler, you intend to dispatch him, make him suffer.
Certainly aid with that.
Oh, thank you so much. You're all such kind young chaps. Ta-ta! And she'll, and she's, get back, and she'll, all the salvage has been loaded up onto this hell machine, and she'll get behind the wheel herself and, like, put down her, like, hell glasses and be like, goodbye! And they go driving off into hell.
Isn't
might
she
be
just the
able
best,
to-
guys?
She's great. She's great. And if none of us can use the saddle, perhaps we can trade it for something.
I wonder if it works on unicorns.
Nightmares and
Probably.
unicorns are not the same.
Yeah.
He's like filing his oath with his other book.
I don't know. It looks like it would fit.
Aren't unicorns like always good though, not evil?
Right? No, they're always good. They're always good.
Well, she didn't say that. She didn't say evil. She said evil. I think there's a difference.
different flavor. You know, there's different kinds.
Right, there was more to that.
Give me a hug, Scotty. Give me a hug. Give Papa a hug.
It's good.
Off to the giant Tiamat.
Off to the giant
Temple?
Tiamat temple.
Mhm.
I see no issue.
All right. You all load up. I'm going to Jaeger in this way out today. So with that out of the way. Okay. You guys have some traveling to do. You guys have an obelisk to arrive on. Unfortunately, we do not have a guide, but we will do our best. Mooncolor says, "All right, y'all, we ready to load up, ready to head out, baby." All right. And is going to
Would Mooncrest know where this obelisk is, seeing as he's been here for a while?
Well, if I might say, young man, I've been locked up in that there big zapper above the landscape. I have not been entirely exploratory, if you understand my meaning.
I just wondered whether you'd seen a nice big obelisk from your high vantage that you had. Oh,
I wish I could say so. Wish I could say so. Okay. So you all load up into your demon grinder and your tormentor. I'll also say that Mad Maggie was kind enough to do those minor repairs that were done to the demon grinder to make sure it is functioning at 100%. All right, as the crew gets riding out, let's see how well it goes as you guys head towards your place you're trying to get to.
I think we're in two tormentors now.
Oh yeah, you guys decided to take a spare tormentor with you. That's the scavenger's done. Yeah, you took. Oh no, the tormentor exploded. If you might recall, last game it lit on fire because it was damaged so horribly. It was one of the scavengers you guys took. Yeah, because one scavenger was pretty well damaged. The other, it only was missing like 15 points and clipped. So I think you guys have a scavenger, and I'm going to send you the stat blocks for that scavenger too.
So I believe that's you and me, Viv, and the scavenger.
All right.
You've almost collected them all. You just need that devil's ride, and you guys will have collected every vehicle.
I thought about taking it before it blew up.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool little ride. You saw the guy doing all those crazy tricks.
Right.
All right, family. All right, there you go. There's your little war band. Everybody's got a vehicle. All right, you guys are trying to visit an unvisited destination on your map. Okay, let's see where you end up. Check something here. This is sending you the link. Okay, you guys go driving across the landscape. As you do, about 2 hours into the drive, you see two ornate black arches that dominate the scourged landscape for miles, each one rising 200 feet out of the stiffingly hot air. Each inch of stonework is engraved with images of devils waging war against demons. And I believe as you guys possess now a rough map, as you look down at the map, you'd probably see this as the only thing this could be is the Arches of Ulok. And a little writing in the margin by the cartographer says, "Only fools step through Ulok's gates. They lead to nowhere a wise person wants to go." What would you like to do as you ride by, or as you're driving towards it? I mean,
Sorry, so what does the map say? Arrives at somewhere nobody wants to go.
yeah, that is what the cartographer has wrote into like the margins based on this location. It says, "Only fools step through Ulok's gates. They lead to nowhere a wise person wants to go."
Do we know who Urok is?
Let's see if anyone knows. Let's see. Make me a religion check.
12.
12. You've never heard of an Ulok before.
Got an 11, so I don't know either.
No, you don't know either, unfortunately.
I'll try.
All right.
I get a 1.
You know what these are. Ulok's like, you knew it back from your hometown, maybe. Might not be the same Ulok, though.
I think it's like a pudding. It's like a food.
So are we just going to skip by this and then maybe come back to it after we've dealt with Smiler to see whether it's something we want to look at?
I mean, it definitely doesn't sound very inviting.
Yeah, I think when we're done with Smiler, we should consider going back to the Feywild. I'm not loving this place. It's not awful, but like we weren't sent here to check out the geography.
No?
Leads to nowhere a wise person would want to go. I don't know. That's Trixie. She's the wisest person I know.
This is what they look like, by the way, as you're driving by. So
Does that look like someplace a wise person would want to go?
No, definitely not.
That's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you guys are driving on by, and you see these crazy arches, and decide that is not a place where you want to go. You heed the cartographer's advice.
Now, if we're assuming the map is somewhat accurate, does Trixie get the sense that we're kind of going in the wrong direction?
Make me. Do you have proficiency with cartographer's tools?
I don't think I had. No, I don't.
But I think Viv does.
I'll let you, Trixie, make me a survival check, we will say. As you have used the map in tandem with your travels a little while, so.
21.
21. You, like, again, you're not a cartographer, you're not an official map person, but you are a pretty damn good survivalist. And at this point, you're recognizing that this map is unreliable at best. It has landmarks, but they're probably just like generally where they could be. These could be completely unarranged. You were told that people who try to map Avernus go crazy. It's quite possible that the cartographer went crazy during the creation of the map and things are all jumbled around. The map is unreliable at best. So you could be going in exactly the right direction, or you could not be, but it's difficult to tell.
Would it make a difference if Viv is actually proficient in cartographer's tools?
Okay.
So, like, would it make a difference or is that like that's just kind of the thing?
The difference in what?
Like, in other words, She had a pretty good roll. But you had made the comment, well, you're not proficient in cartographer's tools, so I guess I'm wondering, should I take a look?
You can take a look if you wish. It was Trixie's question, Trixie's role. So you decide that Vivian, you want to do something.
I'll look
Your own
at
motion, you certainly can.
I'll look at it later. If we're not going where it looks like we're going, I'll look at it.
Okay. So you guys travel on by these arches of Ulok. Continue your travels in hopes of reaching your final destination. Oh, yes, no cat. Let's see here. Okay. At this point, you guys are driving along. You've already been driving for 2 hours. You've all mark off 3 soul coins. Whoever's keeping track of soul coins, because you need to just drive your cars today. Driving for 5 more hours across the Avernus wasteland, hoping to get where you want to go. You are going to see something else. As you are driving, you start coming across a deep rift that slashes across the surface of Avernus, for as far as the eye can see. The canyon is over a mile deep and filled with a lake of green slime that undulates as though breathing. From a nearby cliff, a tributary to the river Styx cascades down into the slime. Dangling from bent iron crane that lends over the side of the chasm is an iron cage containing a hairless, green-skinned humanoid wearing shackles on its ankles. The crane slowly lowers the cage by chain into the slime, immersing the creature in the goo for a minute before hoisting it back out. This dunking continues again and again, and the trapped creature seems helpless to stop it. There's also a long stone bridge that is very, very, very wide that spans across this pit. And you may continue to travel across it if you wish. I would say, looking at the map, this could only be a location that seems to be identified as the pits of Sumrath. The cartographer would comment in the margin, "Here you find a sticky situation. Poor Sumrath isn't the fiend he used to be." What do you wish to do?
Can we see where the control for the dunking is taking place?
Okay. Let's see. Okay. The controls seem to be, or maybe an Arcana check as you're looking at the chain. As I assume you get out of the car, because your car moved pretty damn quick. Do you want to do an analysis of any of you kind of got?
I got a 7.
7. You sort of veer off. Assumedly, everybody else does as well. You hop out and sort of look at this chain, sort of dunk this creature. And then you look at this chain, there doesn't seem to be any kind of crank or anything like that. You're not entirely sure, but it doesn't seem to be like a mechanism. Like, it is a mechanism, but you're not really sure how it works.
Sure. Does, from what we can see of the creature from where we are, does the dunking seem to be having any specific, obvious effect?
Make me a medicine check as you look at this green-skinned figure.
18.
18. And I'll say, now that you're closer, this individual seems to be some kind of half-orc who's in the chain, who's in there, and as you do 18, he's like, he looks to be like really out of sorts. It is like, it looks almost like vegetative. He's like, and it dunks him again. They look down. There's like the bubbles. It comes back out, and you see him sort of like freshly demented. Whatever's happening down there seems to be affecting his mind.
Is it the same sort of effect that was happening in the sticks that we had earlier?
Make me an Arcana check. Good question.
Natural 20, so 26.
26. Yeah, very similar. As I said, you would notice that there is a river. There is a tributary of the river Styx that cascades down into this strange green slime. You get a sense that whatever this green slime is, it's something that has been mixed with the river Styx for probably a long period of time, which has made it so. I'll also say with that check, the slime itself seems to be almost like some kind of living creature. Like it's not like a substance. It appears to be like some kind of liquid jelly-like substance, but it does sort of move like it's breathing. And with your Arcana check, you would surmise that you don't know exactly what's going on down there, but the green slime isn't just slime. It is a creature. It is a being.
It is St. Patrick's Day in Chicago.
Exactly.
Exact same thing.
So, sorry, in the cartographer's remarks, he mentioned a name. I didn't quite catch that. The name of isn't as powerful as he used to be. Sorry.
Shumrath. So this is known as the Pit of Shumrath. In the margin, it says, or Shumrath isn't the being he used to be.
So with that, can I deduce the fact that this slime is Shumrath?
Possible. It's possible. It is, like I said, it is a living creature. I would say if you wanted to try and you could try and test that theory. Like, for example, a telepathic communication, possibly, and see if it is conscious. You have a paladin who has divine sense available. You could possibly learn more.
Yeah, I do have that. All right.
Yeah, you want to do that?
Yeah, let's give it a divine sense and see what happens.
All right, you look down and you span out your divine sense, and as it touches, because we'll say it is about like 50 feet down is where the slime begins. As your divine sense does touch the surface of the slime, it indeed registers as a fiend, as a living being.
Oh, all right. I'll pass that on to the group. This is indeed some sort of fiend.
Okay. So the question is, do we want to do anything about maybe saving the half orc, or are we just gonna leave that, cross the bridge, possibly, and carry on to our destination? We've been driving around for hours, not seeing anything. I don't think the half orc, by the looks of it, is gonna have any sense about him anyway to ask directions. So
Yeah, it's hell. He could have it worse. He doesn't have it that bad.
I mean, maybe there's a reason that he's there.
I would prefer not to draw the ire of the mistress of the realm. And I feel like that's fucking with her shit.
Has anybody tried talking to him?
I mean, if you want to, you could be my guest.
I just assumed he didn't speak common. Maybe like Orcish. I don't know. I'll just be like, hello? Hello? See if he responds. I'm guessing not. Oh, he's waving.
I mean, do we care that much what he has to say? I mean, I'm not opposed to trying to talk to him, but I don't know. It almost seems a little overly cruel to speak to him and then just wander off.
Mm. That's true.
He sort of, and he sort of rattles the cage, agitated as the correspondence begins. Now that about this point, sort of gets to descend again. He's like, and then it goes in, and then it comes back out, and he's sort of back to his sort of docile, evil-minded state.
So it almost seems like if he wasn't continuously getting dunked, he would come out of that eventually. Like,
make me a medicine check.
I mean, to me, it just seems like he's being dunked in there to keep feeding the fiend in some small way to keep it on a level instead of
29.
A 29. With a 29, having analyzed him, you get the sense that, like, the river, like whatever the slime is, it's mixed with the river sticks, and indeed he's enduring the effects of the river sticks, which are very similar to the feeble mind spell. But you also sense that it sort of wipes his memory. So maybe like you talk to him, hello, and he sort of like becomes conscious of the world, and he's like, oh, wait, I don't want to be in a cage, in his very low intelligence state, and sort of shakes the cage, and then when he gets dunked, and he forgets that he's upset about being in the cage. So it's kind of, the torment here is that he exits and begins the process of his tiny pea brain starting to recall and learn about his surroundings, and maybe just at the very end recalls that he does want to be free and escape. And then he is quite tragically dunked back into the water, repeat the process over and over, perhaps for eternity.
He won't remember that we were here, so even though we talked to him and all that, and he was like, let me out, he just won't remember, so.
Oh, perfect. Love it when a problem solves itself.
We should probably go.
Yeah, I tend to side with, I think, what everyone said so far, in that I don't necessarily know that involving ourselves in this is worth whatever potential risk may be involved.
Yeah.
yeah. So the question is then, over the bridge or stay on this side?
I vote for bridge.
Yeah, over the bridge.
Yeah.
I think I don't think anyone in this party has been evil to this point in alignment, but anyone who is good is certainly neutral at this point. This was a pretty damn neutral action to be like, nah, this is hell. Let him, whatever. We're not gonna let him.
I think you knocked us all down not too long
Don't wanna
ago.
mess with the big lady, I'll just leave him. It's a pretty aloof action, pretty carefree of morality action. So we'll say, whatever your lawful chaotic designations are, you are certainly all neutral.
Chaotic neutral from the start.
Ditto.
You'd already bumped us out of good not too long ago, I think. You'd already said
okay.
that
You
if
pulled
any of
our
us were
good
good. We had done something else.
Yeah. Just I'm not really keep track of everybody's alignment, but I thought it was a pretty neutral sort of I don't care. Okay.
It's hell. I mean, what do you expect?
What do you want from us?
All right, you guys all load up.
We were so good at the beginning of the campaign. But we've seen too much shit.
Look what they did to us.
Well, after sending us to the Shadowfell and the Abyss and hell,
I don't think they ever send us anywhere nice.
I mean, Arborea was great, but you're back there.
We just left the Barbie beach house.
That's true. That's awesome too. That's true.
Where you were beating up dozens of Kens.
Yeah. And it was fun at first, but then they just keep coming and coming and coming. And there's just everywhere is Ken everywhere. Every once in a while you get an Alan, but what were we talking about?
Oh my God.
Crossing
At this
the
point, You guys
Oh, yeah.
cross. Maybe you expect resistance. Maybe you expect some bad stuff to happen. But as you cross the bridge, nothing like that happens. You cross over this big green slime pit. This apparently living being that is a slime. Yeah, sure. And drive on by, continue your adventures north in the hopes of seeking out that strange object. All right, you guys will continue your journey. You're doing decent. Pretty decent. Oh man. Let's see here. Alrighty then. Give me a moment. This is pretty cool. So as you guys are riding across, as you're riding across the Avernian Waste, and you only got like an hour of travel left, you cross the bridge and you keep going, and you're feeling, tiredness coming upon you, and you're gonna have to go and eat some paper pretty soon to get over all of that. But lo and behold, something most strange happens. You see emerging out of the clouds of the Avernian Waste, and this is the problem with Avernus too, is you can't really, there's all that sort of smog, that sort of like wasteland, heated smoke, deep cloud mist everywhere, so it's hard to very long distantly know where you're going. Like, you can't look off the distance and see landmarks very well. But you see emerging from those clouds, how to describe it? You see an absolutely gargantuan humanoid shape, but it is sort of in a exorcist kind of way. It's walking. I'm not going to fully do the pose because it's weird, but walking kind of like this.
Oh yeah.
Where it walks like that sort of exorcist style, where it's like belly is up, pointed upward, and it's like walking like that. And you see its head is like turned around in the other direction as it walks, and the face has a look of like terror or moroseness. It just sits like that as it walks by. But you see, most interestingly, as you are wandering by, you see from basically like here all the way down to the leg region, shall we say, there seems to be what looks to be like some kind of traveling bazaar strapped to it, like a traveling bazaar city, and it's got like elevators where like it seems to be like big enough elevators that certainly a infernal war machine could sort of ride onto it and travel up and down the sort of elevator system there. It's this huge wandering emporium. And in fact, on the map, as it's not listed anywhere, but it certainly is in the margin, it says Mahadi's Wandering Emporium has a knack for showing up when you least expect it, the cartographer. And as things just sort of across the landscape, you look off in the distance and maybe sees maybe one or two sort of errant hell machines sort of just driving directly towards it. And as they get within a certain proximity, it stops moving altogether. It stops walking and goes placid. And you see those little elevators sort of travel down the bottom, and they sort of set up shop as these new travelers drive up to this strange wandering bazaar.
Okay, so do we want to make our way there, seeing as we've only got a little bit of time?
That works for me. I don't have a problem with that.
I mean, might be worse.
I'm
stay
intensely
there
curious.
and
Yeah.
find out, or instead of sleeping out in the waste?
Seems like
Yeah,
a lot of creatures might gather there, so we could ask around too.
Agreed.
I don't know where to put it. Here. Put this here. Or actually, you know what? I'll make a separate board. Okay, you guys wheel up to it. We'll say just as your soul coins are running out, as you were running rather low. And you find yourselves at this strange, bizarre place, and you see the many elevators big enough to handle the war machines. Descends, seemingly no payment to utilize them. And if you ride up onto one with your hull machine, it'll pull you up towards the bazaar proper. And you find yourself in quite a strange place where you see a menagerie of merchants, artisans, misfits who ply their respective trade, selling wares. You see all kinds of, banners and little shop hooks, and all kinds of individuals are here, both humanoid and devilish. Seem to all be gathered here. Hell machines are here and there. You see a business that's sort of, almost like strapping metal plating onto the side of hell machines. Places. There also seems to be. Ooh, this is fun. There seems to also be a rather well-decorated tent that seems to go onto a larger building, and it says something in Infernal, but like you can read it, and it says Infernal Rapture, and it definitely seems to be describing itself as some kind of restaurant. So there is much to see and much to do here at the Wandering Emporium. What would you like to do?
Have a look around and see what wares are on offer in certain areas. We can start making conversations with some of the traders.
Absolutely. So yeah, you see all of the vehicles have formed a horseshoe-shaped, almost defensive, just like some kind of perimeter on the back of the strange creature. You see all kinds of stuff. You see indentured humans sort of in chains, sort of enslaved, wandering behind their masters, devilish masters. You see indentured humans, Durgar, hobgoblins. You see wandering about incubi, succubi. You see these strange flaming snakes sort of slithering about. All of them disembarking, unpacking tents. And you can start definitely talking to people. I will say that there is a sign posted at the entrances that state, strangely decipherable to all of you, in whatever your mother tongue would be considered to be. It says, all are welcome here, no fighting, no spell casting, no exceptions. And as you wander in, you're going to see a most exuberant individual approach you. You see what appears to be a wealthy merchant boy. You see this dark-skinned gentleman with a rather rare to see in hell, a welcoming smile. He has a gray beard with a little salt in there. He's got a purple bandana with some yellowy line decoration. He's got this very sort of chic designer lined with gold blue poncho. He looks a little piratey. He's got like a cool curved dagger in his thick leather belt. He has long draping. It looks like very sort of like Arabian merchant prince as he approaches you all. And he goes, I see you are all new here. I have not seen your faces before. My name is Mahadi. I am the Emporium Master. Welcome to my traveling Emporium. I hope all that you need will be served here. If there's anything that you need, then I can point you in the right direction. Let me know.
Well, thank you very much. This is certainly a very intriguing emporium you have here.
I thank you for saying so, sir. I see you are all seem to be quite, if you do not mind my saying, as I'm sure you will not take offense, but very fey in your origins. I believe you'll fit in quite well around here. Your people have always mingled well with ours.
Well, we are here to just have a look around. We are looking for some rest for a while
most
and
certainly.
just see what we have, wares you have on offer.
Take a look around, my friend. Absolutely, there's plenty on offer. And if I may suggest, if you are interested, as it seems it is the end of the day, the Infernal Rapture is a wonderful place. I happen to actually be the proprietor and host of this restaurant. It is a restaurant and spa and inn. It serves in all many ways, so please let me know if you'd be interested in exploring this wonderful place. But I shall leave you to your independent job. Yes. Well, I will just head in that direction then, and you will let me know when you are ready to delve within. But please enjoy what's on offer.
And this is a restaurant that would that people like us would fancy. I know that we've been offered food a number of times during our stay here, and it's never quite been to our taste.
Well, I take my responsibilities very seriously as not only the Emporium Master, but also as the host of the Infernal Rapture, and I would like to assure you that every patron who enters into this House of Delight will find most interesting accommodations that hopefully will be quite pleasant.
Can I detect any ill will here or deceit?
I mean, need to
Make me an insight check, sir.
21.
No, he seems quite genuine. He's quite genuinely interested to be a good host and welcome new faces. He has the appearance of a merchant sort of individual, and quite traditionally, he seems to want your business and wants to be an accommodating individual to your party.
Shall we fill our bellies then while we're here?
I like the sound of everything he said about that place. So
Yeah, absolutely. He said spa, and I was ready.
right, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I'll
We're
be
so
just over
bougie.
there. You guys have been living in a literal palace for the duration of the campaign, so it makes sense you have expensive taste. Says, well, I'll be right over there, and please feel free to check out the markets, and perhaps when you are done perusing the shops, I'll be more than happy to host you. But please, have a good time. And he will meander over to the Infernal Rapture, and will be delighted to host you when you're out.
Thanks.
I'm going to say Mithroyel says, well, I think I'm going to, it sounds rather wonderful, but I know a couple of Kens who might be willing to provide good, service. So I'm going to step back into my beach house, and I will see you all in the morning. How does that sound?
Enjoy your beach house.
All right, goodbye. I wish to go to my Barbie beach house, and she is shunted into her self-made demi-plane that will, the door will vanish behind her as she goes.
Okay, so I'll start walking around the market area and just have a look for maybe someone that's selling weapons or something like that.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. So, let's take a look at the businesses as you go wandering around. So we've already heard about the Infernal Rapture. So the first establishment you see looks to be a forge, quite clearly. You see, it seems to be run by these three strange flaming snake individuals. And they are just sort of operating here. You see them working on a variety of infernal war machines. They seem to be crafting wares of a smithing variety. You also see these little tiny humanoid, almost like toddler baby-esque in shape, but they have sharp fingers, sharp teeth, and they are like lava-based, and they're on fire. And they wander around and they start building stuff. You also see these suits of black infernal armor wandering around the shop building stuff, assisting away. And yeah, and it says Fire Snake Forge on the top. And you see them, strapping on all kinds of strange. The only real description for it would be upgrades to various infernal war machines here in the shop, and they seem to be working away on that.
Okay, so I'll walk over and just start talking to them, and because let's see if I can upgrade something on the Tormentor, or if I can.
Absolutely.
Just to start the conversation.
Yeah. Let me go look at our war machines. There we go. But yeah, you ride up. One of these salamanders will sort of, as they are called, and I'll give you guys a picture of the creature that approaches you in this moment. Yeah, he also has arms too. It's also important to note he has arms. That's how he's doing those. So in the chat, you'll see one of these, and they are large, by the way. This is like a head and shoulders over each kind of creature. You see one of these creatures sort of slither up to you guys, and will speak in Infernal, Horlick, which you will understand. And he will say, "Welcome to the Fire Snake Forge. I am Rash. That is my name, Rash. So, what can I do for you? I see you have a number of war machines with you. You wish for repairs, upgrades?"
Well, yes. Firstly, I'd like to just make sure that you can service the vehicles that we have and make sure that they're all fully working properly. And then maybe we can talk about some upgrades, especially on the Tormentor. We'll talk about the others after.
All right.
But I would like to try and get the harpoon maybe a little bit better if we can.
All right. Well, let's take a look. And he will sort of slither around your vehicles and goes, "They all seem to be in good repair. It doesn't look like he needs any repairs done per se, but I see a number of opportunities for both for weapon and armor and alternative upgrades. Your Tormentor, you say? Are you looking for? You said you want to upgrade one of your harpoons?"
That's correct, yeah.
All right, I've got 4 potential weapon stations to swap your harpoon for. Make no mistake, I'm not necessarily upgrading weapons here, but providing alternatives. So here's what I've got. You can just follow me, sir. And he's going to show you to something he has hung on the wall. He seems to have his upgrades sort of hung on the wall to display them. The first of which seems to be like some kind of hose that's attached to demonic organs that drip with sort of a green bile. He says, "I've got here," he sort of slaps it twice, because of course he does. He goes, "I've got here an Arctic bile sprayer. Basically, it spews acid bile from the nozzle in a 30-foot cone. Everything inside must make a dexterity saving throw or take 98 acid damage on a failed save, half as much on a successful one. And if ever creature is reduced to 0 hit points by this damage, they are dissolved, leaving behind any objects it's carrying or wearing, depleting its flesh entirely."
Okay.
The next one you will actually recognize. You will see a writhing humanoid torso made of melting wax that juts out from the sort of chain-gated wall, with a barbed hand crank between its shoulder blades. He says, "This is an infernal screamer. Yep, it takes 1 crew, but I could swap it out for you. You target a creature 120 feet away. They must make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or take 4d12 psychic damage on a failed save, half as much on a successful one. I got 2 more. I got a flamethrower and I got a stick spray. So you'll take you to the flamethrower first. He says, "Fire shoots out of the weapon's nozzle on a 60-foot line, 5 feet wide. Each creature in the line must make a dexterity saving throw or take 4d8 fire damage on a failed save, half as much on a successful one. And the fire ignites any flammable objects that aren't being carried or worn. With that said, it's not a very popular item around here, so it's kind of useless against demons being, immune to fire and devils being immune to fire, so it's not very popular. But this is a new one we've got. You see a very flexible hose connected to a tank that seems to hold 30 gallons of water. There's no water in it as of right now. But he says, this baby, it's a stick sprayer. You fill it with water from the river Styx. It's got a +5 to hit, range of 30 feet on one creature. If you hit and they're struck by the water, they will be targeted by the Feeble Mind spell, DC 20, per the effects of the river Styx. Already feeble-minded creatures immune to the effect as a creature is adapted to the river Styx. So on and so forth, but basically the Feeble Mind spell. It reduces their intelligence and charisma to 1 hit point, or to 1 point. Can't cast spells, can't use magic items, understands languages and communicates in barely intelligible ways. Really just fucks them up. So those are the 4 options I've got for weapon platforms. Do any of those interest you, sir?
So, well, the last one, the first and the last one, do. Can you tell me how much they're worth?
Certainly, sir. Let me see here. So I gotta kind of price these on the spot. They don't give me many prices, but give me a moment, I'll have that for you. Alright.
If we used that spray and filled it up with a solution that neutralized the Feeble Mind, we could call it a non-stick spray.
Let's see. 9d8, it's a ranged item. 650. He'll say, the acid vial sprayer is 450 gold. We do take gold here because mortals do like to deal in gold themselves, so it is a fun way to make a contract. So acid vial sprayer. Do you want the flamethrower price? Are you sure? I don't think.
No, the sticks.
Oh, the sticks one. That's right. All right, let's take a look here. It's going to be a pretty penny, my friend. It's going to be a pretty penny. I'll sell that to you for. Well, it depends. Do you want the river Styx water with it or not?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you want me to provide you with river Styx water or not?
If you have it, then yes. I would rather have it.
I've got it. Yeah. I will say that he's highly priced. That's interesting. We'll say with the river Styx water and everything and all the accoutrement, 900 gold pieces for that bad boy. Well, let me tell you, nobody's winning while you have that equipment.
Okay, so we're just gonna turn around and I'm taking it. Someone's around, like Tamlin or Vivian or Brock or Trixie. Are we all together?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fair.
So I'll explain all of that to them and just say, I'm willing to pay for it. I've got the coin. If someone wants something, let's have it. It's going to be helpful.
I mean, it is hell out there.
Yeah, I mean, if we're in a place that does accept gold, we should probably take advantage of that. There don't seem to be too many.
So for the tormentor, I'll have the acid. On the tormentor, for the scavenger, do you want the sticks?
Yeah, we'll take the stick sprayer.
Okay.
And then the demon grinder will be fine. It's already got a grinder for demons.
All right, boys. Start working on it. We'll be ready for you in the morning. Hand over the gold. We'll remove your harpoon stations and have these attached And just to be clear, Scavenger's getting the Styx water, and the Tormentor's getting the acid, yeah?
Yep.
Alright, you'll have it done in the morning. He takes out an Infernal contract, just sign here. No, I'm kidding. I
I'm
wish.
not signing anything. There's the coin.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I wish. Let's see this
Okay.
one.
Could you imagine a Fey and a devil haggling over a contract and how long that negotiation would take?
Take a while. Take a minute. Because they both are interpreting it in two different ways. In fairness, I think if there's ever a creature who would handle a contract well with the devil, it's probably the Fae. That's probably why the devils have respect for the Fae.
Mm.
Gotta read the fine print.
So what other stalls can we see around?
Alright, you continue around. Let's see what else there is for sale. What else is going around? The next one you see, there's a sign up there that, again, for like you seem to be the translator for the group, because you're the only one who speaks Infernal. Good job. It says Bernie the Barber on top of one of them. You see a cheerful, well-kept Kalashite woman, which is basically means she looks very like I guess Arabian, sort of dark skin Arabian woman. Seems to be cheerful, keeping the place very well kept. There seems to be like a barber station. There seems to be what looks to be like a very well and clean medical station. There are, seems to be like, healer stuff going on around here. Seems to be like a barbery or a barber shop. It seems to be a healer shop, a surgery even. And she's just sort of working away.
Oh, I'm interested in this. I could use a fresh shave and a little body added to my hair.
I was actually going to turn around to Tamlin and ask him.
Okay, fantastic. You approach. He goes, well, hey there, sugar. How you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Are you looking for a shave, honey?
I am. It has been a long moment since I've had a proper shave and just a good going over.
Well, you come on over and you set yourself down, and I'll take right good care of you. Don't you worry. Yeah, I'll just tell you here right now that the shave, a full grooming service of any size is 1 gold piece.
That sounds amazing. I would be delighted.
Incredible. And so she'll accept that gold and pop it in her pocket. She'll sit you down and she'll start, applying the facial shave cream, as it seems like that's what you want a nice shave. And she starts talking about all manner of stories. She goes, oh, and I remember one stint I had the material playing where there were these fellows who were wandering across, and I got to talking with them, and she just starts telling you about nothing of tremendous importance, and she's sort of shaving you, a very close shave, but very kind woman. She says, "Say, tell you what, have you been up north a little bit? You been near that monument of Tiamat at all?"
No, we haven't, but we are headed somewhat in that direction. We're looking for someone called Smiler, spending some time near an obelisk of some sort.
I see. Well, I hear that. Well, I tell you what there, honey. If you come on back after you find your way up there, if you happen to find yourself at that there monument, why don't you come back down to Bernie? I always like to hear what's going on around up there.
Okay, I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I might even be able to provide some small rewards for some information. I'm always interested to hear what's going on with those fellas way up north. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're always happy to keep our ears open, and I appreciate your service. So if we come across each other again, I hope to have some news for you.
Well, that's very kind of you, young man. That's very kind of you. I will say, as it might intrigue you, I have heard that a certain champion of Tiamat has arrived down here some time ago.
Champion of Tiamat. What does that mean to you exactly?
Oh, there's many different kinds of meanings for champions, but when you're a champion to a deity, Well, that means that you have been invested with some power, some trust from that god. The champions of gods, no matter how evil and spiteful, they're particularly powerful individuals. So if you wanted to make your way down there and take a look around and report back to Alberni, it'd be wonderful to hear what you've learned.
Interesting. I very much appreciate the information. We've been inquiring as we've made our way across the plain, but this was something we hadn't yet heard. So this is new information to us as well.
Oh, well, that's wonderful to hear. That's really wonderful. And with that, she has completed your shave, and it's a very close, very fine shave. Your skin is nice and smooth upon completion. Is there anything you wanted her to do to your hair?
No, I just wanted to be clean, and you know that hair look that you get when you come from like the salon or whatever, that it always looks a little bit better than you can do it, maybe even the day after. I just want that.
She gives you a little trim. Even out everything, making you feel good and presentable. And as you come out of the chair, she seems to be quite the barber, and sort of pats you on the back, and she says, "Well, aren't you just looking just so sharp? Well done, sir."
And I'll flip her another gold because I'm told you're supposed to. I don't go to a barber, but I'm told that you're supposed to tip them well.
Just what is this for? You need some
just
magical healing? I can provide you a little magical healing.
At the moment, I seem to be in tip-top shape, but I just appreciate the service. Thank you.
Oh, well, you're too kind. You're too kind. It's entirely unnecessary, but I do appreciate it. She'll pop that in her pocket, and she'll look around at the princess and says, "Oh, and these are all your friends. Well, it's lovely to meet you up. And you need a shave or a little magical healing here and there. I'm happy to provide. I'm no grand cleric or anything like that, but I know a thing or two. So you just come on back if you want a shave or a little magical healing. It's lovely to meet you and your friends, mister."
She tells me that there's reportedly been a champion of Tiamat spotted over near the altar or whatever that is. And she's asked us if we come upon any information, if we could let her know what we find there.
I can't imagine anything like a champion of Tiamat being low key. So I'm sure we'll find something.
Did she say some sort of direction that we need to be going and traveling?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did she say anything about a direction as which we could head to find this place?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't ask. I was under the impression that we knew the general direction. Do we not? Shall I add it?
I thought they said north.
North. She did. Oh yeah, she did definitely mention north.
All right, and she will certainly, if you go back, she'll certainly sort of give you a general direction, which will help your chances of getting there easier than alternately the current methods, which have been a little, uncertain, shall we say.
Does anybody else want to look at anything else in the market, or shall we go and eat, rest, and wait for the morning?
I would like some real food.
I think food first for me. I may return to the market.
Yeah, let's go have a nice dinner.
Yes, dinner.
All right, you head to the Infernal Rapture over here. This will be fun. Infernal Rapture is pretty cool. Okay, let me just get myself a little bit more situated with that. Okay, let me see if I have an actual board I can give you. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Alright, so it will be a little theater of the mindy as you head down. Okay, but as you appear, you will see Mahadi is there waiting for you. He goes, my friends, welcome back. It's good to see you. Are you hoping to partake in some of our wonderful, how do I put it, services?
Yes.
All right. Right this way, my friends. And he will take you into the bowels of the infernal rapture. Oh, this is gonna be really cool. Actually, it's gonna be pretty cool for you there, Orlick. So he's gonna take you all inside, and go away. There we go. Upon entering the Infernal Rapture, you're escorted to a private chamber, where you see, in the other chambers as you're passing by sort of the cracked doors, you see many individuals lounging on pillows, cushions, divans, and there are seemingly extravagant dishes across the many tables. You see a variety of spa services ranging from simple to exotic to bizarre services. Maybe as you cross by a door to see, something that maybe is a little more private, and you continue onward. You guys are, put into your own little private area where, again, there's all of these wonderful seating areas and tables, pillows, cushions, divans. And as you arrive within, you are going to be presented all with a, let's see. Well, first off, he sits you inside. He says, all right, if everyone's situated, I will have one of the many servants under my employ will come to you and supply you with hopefully everything you need. And should you find that you require anything, please feel free to ask for me at any point. I'll be happy to host you further. But I hope you enjoy your time here at Infernal Rapture. And he will leave, and very quickly he will be replaced with a seemingly humanoid individual who appears to be happy and jovial as she enters. Seems to be like a human woman with blonde hair, youthful, pleasing to look at, certainly. Dressed, not too scantily clad, but certainly not like tavern wench kind of, revealing skin here and there. Very, very nice to look at. And she will present each of you with a menu that I will post in the Feywild chat. And she'll say, is there any questions? Yes, sir.
I'll have the curb, the perver,
You will indeed see that these are all wrote. The menu is indeed wrote in Infernal.
Is she speaking to us in Infernal?
She's not. She's speaking to you guys in common, as she would have entered and heard you guys sort of bantering in common. Or probably maybe Sylvan, I don't know. But either way, she will address you in common. And I think a little while later they will provide you with a menu that is more legible. So give me a second, and I will post the menu with common as its text.
Try the puff no, not let's skip that one.
I will say that there does seem to be the price of the services here does seem to be 1 soul coin. The price of the food anyway, like the price of a proper course, like full dessert, appetizer, main dish. The price is a soul coin for every individual. She also says that
And we only
there's a
have
variety of. You only have 9. Well, they're lucky for you. There's 5 of you. So if you want to do that, she says also we do offer a variety of spa services, and those are of course worth a soul coin as well. And yes, feel free to let us know if you would be interested in any sort of dream therapy, whole body restoration, longevity therapy. And we like to serve every possible appetite here, from the wholesome to the degrading.
I respect
And I
So how many soul coins do we have? Because we had got 10 off the guy, didn't we?
And we had 2. So we had 12 total. We used
We got
3.
9.
So we have 9.
Yeah,
We need at least 3.
Well, I think before we eat, we need to make sure we have rooms or go into Nithroel's, or we eat and then we go into Nithroel's. See, I think we should probably just.
I'll tell you what, I will say that
House.
the soul coin will cover dinner and in-stay. I'll say that at least. So you'll have a couple coins, I guess 4 coins to spare.
Like, I won't.
Keep in mind, you can also go wheel and deal in the market and possibly get more soul coins.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask the what is she, waitress?
Sure.
You know, if is as you can tell, we're not natively from this plane. We seem to be having trouble acquiring a sufficient number of soul coins. Is there a means by which we can acquire some here at the bazaar?
She says, well, there's many ways to obtain soul coins. The first of which is if you wish to acquire services and don't have the ability to do so through soul coin, there's always the possibility of signing a contract with Muad'Dib. You could work out the details and parameters with your host, of course. But more than that, yes, you can go into the Emporium and deal with the various traders there and possibly trade your goods for coins.
Considered that. And then aside to the group, or maybe after she steps away, was someone planning on using the infernal tack? If not, perhaps that's something we could trade.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Tamlin.
Yeah.
I certainly don't need it. I wouldn't want to take it from anybody who's coveting it, but if we're not going to be using it.
I wasn't planning on saving him.
Okay. So, sounds like a plan then.
So just... Oh, okay. So just so you know, it would say on the menu that light spa amenities, body, foot, hand treatment, massage, therapy, skincare, general grooming, and bathing would all be included with the payment of standard dining. So if you pay for dinner, you get an in-stay, you get, a variety, a light
It's
spa
all
amenity.
inclusive.
It's basically all inclusive for the 1 soul coin, but if you want to go into more specialized spa services, it's an additional soul coin for each exotic service. But those
Does
can
it
be
come with
quite
continental breakfast?
exotic. Unfortunately, you'll have to. It does not come with continental breakfast. The breakfast tier is very good. You'll have to pay an additional soul coin for dining the next day.
I gotta tell you, I'm not entirely opposed to this soul-based economy.
Well, let's go see how many soul coins we can get, and then come back.
Well, I'll say this: you certainly have enough for dinner, and you supply your vehicle for another day as it stands. Because there's 5 of you, which would leave 4 coins remaining. If you want to have dinner, leave the wheel and deal, come back, get special spa amenities later.
Yeah, let's eat.
Sounds good. I already know what I want.
Okay. The waitress would also say, "Oh, as an addition, I just wanted to put out there that Muad'Dib encouraged me to remind you is that there is we are willing to offer specialized food services depending on your preferences, and again, those can be as exotic as you please. Of course, you would need to file in weeks in advance so that we may obtain some specialized food requests. As you see, we have a rather exotic menu, but if you were wanting to say have a dragon egg omelet, for example, we could procure that for you. We would have to deal with the price with Wadi himself. He charges anywhere between 5 and 10 soul coins for any meal you could possibly develop.
I mean, I'm
But
fine
the
with
sample
what's on the
menu
menu.
is just very good, very good. Just wanted to remind you or tell you of all of our services. Okay, very well. Is everybody ready to make their order? Let's start with appetizers, and we'll deal with main dishes and dessert later. So, has anybody came to a decision about the main dishes?
I'm looking forward to trying the myconoid.
Very good, myconoid.
May that too.
Very good, sir. Very good.
The spicy shredded sturge sliders.
Very good option. Very good choice.
I'll have a second of those, please.
Very good, sir. Very good. And for you,
And I'll get the pickled vine blight salad.
I see. Very good, sir. We'll come out with those immediately. And then she leaves, and quite true to her words, you see very quickly with other sort of, there's men too, but somewhat, scantily clad, but not like too much. Somewhat, it's hell, so it's not tasteful, but you know what I mean. They all come out with your various dishes and serve up your appetizers. The spicy shredded sturge sliders are delicious. A delicious sort of tender, almost brisket-like meat on various sliders and nose. The pan-fried myconoid caps with garlic butter are good. It's almost it's sort of mushroomy, but it is a very unique taste. That almost it's very fragrant. It's very fragrant and has, I don't want to say fruity, but I'll simply say flavors you didn't expect, perhaps from fungi of the subterranean culture that you would not expect. That is very appealing to taste, mixed with the garlic butter. And the pickled vine blight salad is a very interesting dish. It's a little crunchy, but in a desirable way. It's almost like a sort of walnut salad, but but it seems that the pickled vines, it's not too crunchy, and it's appealing to eat. It's very enjoyable. In hell, you find yourself eating meals that are genuinely delicious, like genuinely wonderful to eat, not like, you were told that any water or food you eat here would be putrid or taste rotten. But this is really good. It's really exotic, delicious food. And she will say to all of you, okay, so I hope everybody enjoyed their appetizer. Is there any preferences for main dishes now that you're all done?
I had a question. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Between the space hamster and the axe beak strips, which do you prefer? Because they both look really good.
Let me see. Sorry, what were the two? Oh, the axe beak strips. She says, "Oh, very good question. They're both delicious. I would say that it's the space hamster is definitely a little bit more hardy. It's definitely going to fill you up a little bit more. But it's very delicious. It's very similar to fried chicken, but it is much more tender, much better cooked, a very high-end version of that. But the twice battered axe beak strips it's got a, there's a little bit more meat to it. You can taste the meat a little bit more thoroughly. The battering is good, but it's not as thick as it is on the giant space hamster. And the plum sauce is an excellent dip for that. Both are excellent choices. We'll go wrong with it.
Oh, hold on. All right. She pulls out a dice. Evens for Space Hamster. I will be having the axe speak tonight.
Very good. And she'll write that down, the axe speak. Is there anybody else who is knows what they would like to eat?
I love paprika. I'll have the werebore.
Werebore, very good preference, sir. Very good preference.
Like that, 2 of them.
Oh, 2 for werebore, excellent.
I'll have the space hamster.
Space hamster, excellent. Very, very good choice. And for you, sir?
I will also have the space hamster.
Excellent, sir. Excellent choices. And we'll wander away, and very quickly, again, within 60 seconds, you guys find yourself served up with piping hot, fresh off the grill, delicious food. The werebore is, it's great. It's it's like a really tender pork chop, a little bit, and it's incredibly well seasoned. Same thing with the giant space hamster. It is very much like it's almost like the veal of chicken, fried chicken. It is super tender meat inside of the deep fried battering, and it's got like the 7 herbs and spices flavor to it a little bit. It is terrific, and the twice baked axe beak has almost like a fish and chips sort of vibe to it, minus the chips, where it's like it's twice battered, so it's not lightly battered, but there's definitely more prominence to the meat within the actual battering, and it tastes like a really tender chicken. So very tender chicken. It's very good, and all of the dishes definitely hit the spot. You haven't had a meal this good since you've been in Zavilna's palace. Maybe even better.
Such a good idea.
She goes, well, excellent. And with that is dessert. Is there any preferences for dessert from the party?
Over the apple tart.
Apple tart, excellent, sir, with celestial caramel drizzle. Excellent.
Do
No.
the spider eyes.
Yeah. Do they light the spider eyes on fire?
Perfect. Spider eyes for you two. Very good.
And so Vivian's also getting the spider eyes.
Oh, and for three spider eyes. Understood. And for you, sir?
I'll have the miniature stench cow cheese.
An excellent choice. You will not be disappointed. Very good, sir. And lo and behold, some moments later, you're all served up with your with what you would like. So the sweet apple tart with celestial caramel drizzle. It's delicious. It is breathtakingly delicious. As you eat it, it's a sweet apple tart, and that's very enjoyable. But it's the caramel drizzle that brings it home. There's something about the caramel that almost seems to have like a golden sparkle to it, and as you taste it, you almost feel just lighter. You just feel, it's like a refreshingness to it. It's almost like your soul feels a little bit more enlightened. But depending on your opinion, maybe your heart drops a little bit as you're eating something that involves some celestial creature, which is very bad. But your face, maybe you don't give a shit. The candied phase spider eyes in a raspberry liquor reduction is very tasty. It's very candy. And you got the eyeballs in there, but they're sort of wrapped up in that liqueur. And delicious to eat. A little bit tart, very rich, delicious. In the rare miniature stench cow cheese section, as you've got Brock. Indeed, it is like a sort of antipasti platter, a little bit. Yes, very like, it's not blue cheese per se, but very blue cheese-esque, where it's sort of smelly cheese and various varieties of them. And they come in like little sort of avant-garde slices. And there's definitely like bread toast for you to put it on, maybe a little bit of like pesto or something to sort of play with the flavors a bit. And it's cool. It's a very interesting way to play with your palate, and it's a fun little way to end off the meal and enjoy a variety of different flavors and test out your favorite cheeses here. And with that, the night comes to an end. If anyone wants coffee or tea on top of that, most certainly can be served that. And you have a wonderful meal. You have a wonderful, wonderful meal. And she says, excellent. Was everything up to the party's standards?
Absolutely.
That was amazing.
Yes, is Wadib still around?
He is. Would you like me to summon the host for you?
Yeah.
Momentarily, sir. Momentarily. And she will exit, and 5 minutes later, you know, you guys are having a good time chatting, small talking, so you barely notice it. But Wadi does re-enter because
I keep hearing Wadib.
I know, I keep saying Wadi. Maybe we'll stick
I
with
just
Wadi
watched
this
Dune,
time.
so
My Arrakis. My Avernus.
he really is Wadib.
Mahadi. I think his name is Mahadi. I think I just resorted to that because I enjoy Dune. But it's Mahadi is his name. So Mahadi, excuse me for my poor pronunciation, arrives and he says, hello, how are we doing here? It seems that the meal was gobbled up. I'm glad to hear it. Excellent.
It was fantastic. I just want to know how do you do it?
That is a little trick of the trade. You see, here's the thing. In Avernus, as I'm sure you've all encountered, water, food, it all seems to become spoiled and stench and terrible and so on and so forth. So how do you serve food in such a place? You must take your guests away from this place. So we are actually in a demiplane right now, which is how we are capable of serving such fine delicacies.
Ah.
That is the trick of the trade. Do not tell anybody.
Well, it's been wonderful.
I am very glad to hear it, and I hope its benefits have been reaped upon. And with that said, you all find yourself under the benefits of the Hero's Feast spell, which will grant you the following benefits as you have enjoyed your delicacy. You are cured of all diseases and poisons, so if anyone has a little syphilis going on, don't worry about that, it's all gone. You are immune to
Should have seen the succubi before we came in here.
Yeah, I should have had a succubi before you came in, but that's right. You're immune to poison and being frightened. You also have. You also make all wisdom saving throws at advantage. Your hit point maximum will also be increased by 2d10, and it also grants the same number of hit points. So I'm going to roll that now. All of your hit points maximum have increased by 6. And this benefit will last for the next 24 hours. So until you take your next properly timed long rest.
So it's advantage on saving throws, did you say? Sorry, yeah?
Wisdom.
Yes. All wisdom saving throws, that's right.
Trixie's base wisdom saving throw. It's got to be like a 45 right now or something.
Yeah. Fucking paladins. And he says, I'm glad to hear you all enjoyed your experience. It is wonderful to hear. So, would any of you like to partake in any of the later spa services that will come along with your payment of the initial menu? And as you will notice, and you'll snap his fingers, and you'll see one of the back panels of your little room will sort of slide open Japanese style, and you will see a sort of almost sleeping quarters with a number of doors emerge. And he says, you'll have your place to sleep as well tonight. You may leave Infernal Rapture and return to sleep, of course, if that is your preference. But you may sleep here as well. And he'll snap his fingers again, the doors will shut. You know, you can open and close them fine. He says, so, is there anything else that I might be able to provide?
No, the service has been excellent. I would like to thank you very much.
Yeah. Let's see the
Excellent.
Kens do this.
Yes, fuck Kins. You know, nothing on Infernal Raptor, let me tell you. I've heard of them, but nothing. Nothing on us. Alright, well, very good. I'm glad to hear it. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Again, feel free to talk to any of the servants here if you need to talk to me for any reason. I'll be happy to host you in any capacity that you see fit. And if, of course, you wish to partake in any more, shall we say, exotic spa therapies, I'd be more than happy to provide you whatever your heart's desire. Everything, as I hope you are told, from wholesome to degrading, we serve it all here, Infernal Ranch. So, have an excellent evening and good night.
Okay.
And
So
if there's
what's
nothing
your-
else, Mahadi will depart and lead you to your accommodations.
I feel like I shouldn't be enjoying hell this much.
I know. It's bad. Isn't it?
Well, we are in a demi-plane, so
I'm a little fuzzy on how this works. Are we able to come and go as we please?
Yeah, he said that if you wish to leave and come back and take your room, that's perfectly fine.
Maybe we should try to sell or trade the tack now.
Sounds good.
Okay. You want to try and sell the Infernal Tack, get some soul coins, have some exotic services, perhaps?
Or
okay,
cats for a
let's-
second day.
or stay here for a second day, absolutely. Or drive around for a second day, that too. Okay, so I'll regale you with what other shops you see as you wander around. I'm also going to say Trixie and Brock, as you guys are wandering around, the other three aren't going to notice at all. They're not going to really care as they wander by. But you guys are going to see, well, what's your passive perception? I know yours is wicked high, Trixie. I'm not worried about it. What's yours, Brock?
17.
Yeah, so you both notice this. As you're walking, through the many market stalls, you are going to notice an individual that you saw once in your past. He is holding a staff that sort of almost has a cobra head. He has long black and red robes and a fur mantle with horns kind of sticking up from the shoulders, and a black hood that sort of obfuscates some of his face. He also is wearing a long necklace that seems to have some kind of winged demonic, I wouldn't say demonic, but a fiendish sort of necklace. Clean shaven, sort of sunken eyes, very gaunt. And he also has sort of hooked shoes that are made of leather, and he has a number of weapons in his belt. He has like long lines of leather across his red sash that have like a number of strange exotic teeth hanging from them. He has a warhammer and a mace hanging from the side. He sort of bumps into you, Brock, because he doesn't recognize you being a werebear, and he goes, "Excuse me," and wanders by. You guys recognize this as Zargash, the last living member of the League of Malevolence.
Whoa.
This is the bad adventuring party from your adventures freeing Zavilna. You recall there was a group of individuals assisting the Hourglass Coven, a sort of adventuring party, more like a league, shall we say, of shitty individuals. There was like an
Same.
orc, there was a wizard, there was a couple of
Skyla was in it, right?
Yep, Skyla was.
Yeah,
a member.
I still have like all of her equipment.
Skyla, Wardude, Alec, Zarek, who you guys like murdered horribly. Not murdered, but you defeated him and then had him ripped apart, I think. So this is the last surviving member who kind of got away in the final battle. And he just kind of walks by, doesn't recognize Brock as a werebear, and just kind of, excuse me, and continues onward.
Is that?
Yeah,
Do you remember that guy?
a little bit. Yeah.
Ah,
Did he seem to recognize me as he walked by?
No, I'm going to say that perhaps you were sort of mingled with Orlick and Tamlin and Vivian. Maybe he just kind of overlooked you in that moment, but he bumps into Brock when he's walking. So apparently not.
I'll just like put up my hood, kind of hide some more. I feel like we don't need him to notice us here. The
I
rule
mean-
says no fighting, so
yeah. Even if he does, what's he gonna do? If anything, he's the lucky one. He got off easy.
that's true.
All right, let's go take a spa.
All right. Anyway, so the remaining shops are as follows. You see what does this creature look like? You see this like grotesquely fat devil with like literally there's no neck. It's just full fat, and he has these tiny little bat-like wings off the back, but he is in like gauche, lavish like robes that are like purple and gold and jewels. He has long fingers, despite long spindly fingers, despite his overwhelming like fatness, frankly. And he has like all kinds of rings. He's very gauche, very over the top. And he stands in where you see a number of imps sort of fluttering around, sort of gathering like letters and parchments and like flying off here and there, coming in and out. Up top it says, "From here to Avernus." There's another shop called Ickers Await, it says on the store handle, and you see this old sort of rough-looking wizard fellow who has a number of vials of black ichor that you would recognize from the demon when you picked up your devil. So it's probably selling demon. You also see that his arms are tentacles, and his ears have sprouted wings. And they just or actually, you just see that he does. Sorry, I gave you a little too much information there. He just doesn't have ears, and his arms are tentacles, and he just sort of wanders around the shop and looks kind of pissed off and grumpy. And the last shop that you haven't seen before, it says Zeneth's Larva Farm. You see an old, sort of grizzled hobgoblin who is dealing in what look to be like larvae, like giant larvae pods, and is dealing in those. You don't know what his deal is, but those are the remaining shops. So you can go to any one of them if you wish to deal a deal, or you wish to sell the infernal to.
I'd like to hear what the deal is with the larvae.
Yeah, I was going the same.
Okay. You head over there. He says, "Welcome to Zeneth's Larva Farm." Speaking in Infernal, of course, that would be the common here in Hell. He says, "Welcome to my larva farm. Is there anything that I can do for you? You wish to buy or sell larva?"
Harlan, could you ask him what the larvae are used for?
Yeah. So, my friend, we're just wondering, what are the larvae?
What are the
What will
larva?
they grow into?
Yes, sure, I can tell you about the larva. If I just find my way to hell. Sorry, help a second. There we are. He says, "Yes, larva, it is, they're souls, technically. From Hades, the layer of Hades. When souls go down there, they become larvae. They spend eternity lacking sun and moon and stars and seasons and such, and leeching away their color and emotion. They become these larvae."
I'm sorry, you'll have to forgive us. Some of us have never been here before. So what would you use these for?
Well, they can be manufactured into, maybe a little bit, I don't know. He says, "Well, I produce these larvae for the Yugoloths, and I sell them at a marked up price to hags and other interested buyers. And I give half of all my proceeds to Mahadi in exchange for food and necessities." You see he's a very clear sort of spite as he brings up Mahadi's name. He says, "Well, what does it matter to you? If you bring me larvae, I'll sell them to you. you wish to purchase them and pass them on to hags and other interested buyers. That's how this works.
Okay, sorry, I was just interested. Never seen anything like it before, so thank you.
Yeah.
Does he deal in gold?
Let's see. I think he'll just kind of wave you off, frankly, as you're like, "Do you deal in gold? Like, I could buy a larva." He's like, "You don't care about larva. You're the adventuring types. You're Fey after all. You don't want no larva. What are you gonna do with larva? You gonna eat it?"
I know a hag.
Fine. You want to buy a larva? You can buy a larva. I'll make up a price. Want to make my life harder? Fine. Night hags, liches, and rakshasa enjoy these for vile rituals and such, and other fiends like to feed on them. I'll give you. How many will I give you? Okay. I don't know, man. Fuck. He's like 10 gold. Yeah, sure, 10 gold for larva. I have literally no context for how much these should cost. 10 gold. I'll give you a fucking larva.
For like a McDonald's like fry sleeve of larva.
Exactly. Yeah, he like wraps it in newspaper and gives it to you, and you're like. But the thing is, these are medium. Like these are medium-sized things. And he sort of like he picks it up and it's about the size of like a small dwarf.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Like, all right, there you go, 10 gold for the fiendish fat worm.
All right. Well, certainly someone will enjoy this. Thank you.
All right, have fun with your larvae, sir.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I take it back. It says it right at the bottom. He says it's 1 soul coin per larva because these are literal souls. So fair exchange.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, that's probably not worth it then. Thank you, though.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, you guys walk your way. Is there anything else you would like to do with the markets?
Oh, he's just selling infernal tack.
Can we go from here to Avernus and see if that might be a better place to sell the tack?
Sure, you go to the Infernal Tack, and the individual will say, Welcome to my shop. My name is Fet Aha, and I'd be more than happy to perform a variety of spell-casting services for transmitting information over long distances. Aha, yes. It's an expensive service, but it can go truly anywhere. From here, as it is called, from here to Avernus. So, anywhere on the plane, perhaps beyond. I can also serve as an official notary for signed infernal contracts, should you wish to get in contact with the devil you have signed with.
Thank you so much. We are new here, and just looking at the wares, we have some things to sell, and that might not be the best thing to do here.
Oh, very well. And you can go beyond. But eventually, I think you might find that it's either best sold at Infernal Rapture itself to Mahadi himself, or to maybe Fire Snake Forge, we'll say. There's also a scant number of travelers here and there. So, the commerce for such an item. I'm just gonna look up something just to see if I can. I have an idea in mind of what I'm gonna charge or what I'm gonna give you for that, but I want to make sure I'm not sticking it. Here we go.
If Mahadi is capable of making the trade, then that certainly works well for us.
Okay, yeah, you can definitely go deal with him. Silver. Okay. All right.
Bless you.
Okay. You bring the infernal tack forward, and he goes, "My, this is a rather special piece of equipment here. I'd be willing to offer you the price of 8 soul coins for these fine things."
Yeah.
I think that sounds great.
All right, let's on to do business. And he will provide you all with, 8 soul coins in exchange for the infernal tack, and you'll take it off your hands.
Oh, that was great.
That was nice and quick. Thanks for that. And I'll say to the buyer, if nobody else needs anything translated in the market, I'm off to bed.
Okay, there's nothing else to sell yet. You can certainly head to bed.
I'm off to the spa first.
Yeah, spa.
Come on.
Trixie
now.
and Vivian are off to the spa. Fantastic. Okay. So we can
Oh
handle
yeah.
that. Oh yeah, Brock's
I'm going to the
fancy,
spa
Brock's
too.
fancy. Hell yeah. Hell
We
yeah.
don't necessarily
Hey,
need
Lena, you
even
go
the
to the spa?
exotic treatments. Just
Yeah, just the
I just
basic.
need a mani and a pedi. That's all I need.
Penny Penny hair did get the the facial and the rub down.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, and what about you, Tamlin? What are you up? Are you going to the spa? You
No, I'm probably just gonna go to bed. We've had some pretty comfortable past couple of days here in Avernus, so I think I'm all spot out for the moment.
fair enough. Okay, you guys head to the spa. They will be more than happy to provide, like I said, body, foot, hand treatment, massage therapy, skincare, general grooming, and bathing. And again, and as you guys were saying, like, I'm having way too good of a time in Avernus than I probably should be. And indeed, at the height of it, after having like this delicious meal that isn't like too heavy, makes you feel bad, you find yourselves like on massage beds, and there's like the sort of like Buddha meditation bowls with the.
Oh, that's great.
And it's sort of like a light sort of maybe like Arabian music, sort of like meditation, sort of Asian kind of, like just like nice, really relaxing music as one of these like really delightful in appearance servants appears, maybe half elven, and will provide whatever you want. Yeah, Brock, you want the medi, the petty. You just sit there and they'll like try and shave down your werebear claws to no avail, as you are immune to piercing and slashing and bludgeoning damage. So they find themselves having to go produce magical. They ask your preference. They go, "Excuse me, sir. Your claws are just too indestructible for the current tools we have on hand. Do we have your permission to upgrade to silver tools or magical tools?" We understand silver can be offensive to your type of being, so we wish to ask before we upgrade our tool value to properly provide the service that we wish. Brock?
Oh, no, I don't think that's necessary.
Oh, okay. Very well, sir. So they will skip the any sort of like anything like that, and they'll just sort of like give you some hand foot massages and just and it's nice. They're gonna apply a little bit of pressure. They're like, "Oh, you've got a lot of. You're just really solid." And they're like up in there like that, trying to like unravel your all the kinks in your back because you're a barbarian, man, literally. And yeah, and Trixie and Vivian, they'll provide like all the foot massages and hand massages. It's all very relaxing, very calming. The cucumbers on the eyes if you want. It's really good. Very basic spa services. And around the end, they will, as it's finished, they'll say, "Is there any other sort of specialized services that we can provide?" Like I said, our most popular services are dream therapy, whole body restoration, and longevity therapy. But we have a host of other services for every appetite. If you want to be creative with what kind of service can be provided, Infernal Raptors would be happy to accommodate anything you can desire.
I'm just curious. Dream therapy.
Yes, dream therapy is very popular. A lot of people like to do dream therapy to experience things that they are unable to experience in real life. Some people like to use it as a sort of therapy method. Some of our more vulnerable, shall we say, or therapy based clientele do like dream therapy, where it allows them to deal with possibly traumas and such in a non-violent setting or a non-harmful setting. And there's many ways that dream therapy can be utilized. It would only take your creativity to figure out how you'd like to utilize it.
That's the best thing I've heard. That's marvelous. I am glad this place offers such a service.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. All right. Well, we will leave. If that's all, then we will lead you to your accommodations. And if you should change your mind, require another meal, whatever your heart's desire, feel free to simply seek out any of the servants or Mahandi himself, and we'll be happy to provide you any services. And with that, you guys can all find your way to bed, feeling real loose and relaxed and happy. And you guys can all have a long rest. And per being in a demi-plane, you will be relieved of having to worry about any sort of pervasive evils of the actual plane of Avernus. And we'll have a very relaxing, very soft bed. It's very infernal in design in there and in interior decorating, but it doesn't lack in comfort. The beds are nice and soft, feather pillows, and high thread count sheets, candles. It's a very nice accommodation. And with your long rest, and the next morning, presumably you pay your 5 soul coins for the services that you have gained. All right, whoever's in charge of that, mark off 5 soul coins, and then we'll go to a break. I feel like that's a good time to go to a break, because we're about half time here. And when we return, we will see what's next for the Knights of the Scorching.
Whew.
Hey, I just wanted, based on what you heard, like the dream therapy would have been extra, like that wasn't included. That would have cost extras like soul coins, right?
Yeah, I think all of that stuff was extra.
That's what I wanted to make sure of. Because if I wasn't worried about getting around Avernus, I'd be all into it. But we have 12 coins, which is 4 days. And we might not, we can come back.
Yeah. We can always see once we're done if we have any leftover coins and we can find this traveling craziness again.
Well, and there's apparently some benefit to coming back. Some people want some information. There could be other business potentially.
Yep. We can also reduce the number of vehicles we have after a while if it's becoming too much to spend multiple soul coins each day just to drive them.
See, I actually completely agree with that. But
it's fun for now, but
well, and also I can see why, based on the battle we had, having another vehicle would have been super handy. We were hella outnumbered.
Yeah, on the way to do what we have to do, but if we have the thing that we're coming for and we're just coming back to see if we can find this place before we leave, we just need one vehicle, and if we run into problems, I'll just plane shift us out of here.
See, I love that. I love that.
Ooh,
we are a bougie group, though. Anytime there's a spa, we're gonna take a bath, we're gonna chill the fuck out. I mean, This group has had some hellacious battles that, like,
Trixie used to be so down to earth. It's so low maintenance. It's changed.
yeah, you've been hanging out with,
Yeah.
with Vivian and Nithroyel, neither of
live in
whom
the
are low
forest, you
maintenance.
know. All right. Grab something to eat.
All right, we'll get started with Trixie's back. His videos. Got it. She's listening but putting the dog out. All right, let's get back to it. Oh, there she is. Very well. Okay. All right. So bear with me a little bit. My headphones died. The computer's kind of quiet, but I can hear you just pretty well fine. Okay, guys. So let's get back to it. You all awaken, sort of stretch and yawn, and the birds. Maybe the birds don't tweet, but you awaken pretty peacefully for the plane of existence you reside on currently. And as you exit, you got all of your like hotel bathrobes and slippers and stuff, and you go to the bathroom and put a warm towel on your face, and get all freshened up for the day ahead of driving across the Avernian wastes, and you drop off your as you have enjoyed the delights of a wonderful meal and a massage and a stay, you drop off a literal soul as your payment. And for each of you, and you may continue about your day. And as you awaken the next morning, your vehicles will be upgraded as previously requested for the price that was mentioned. I probably should have just made them soul points, but it's fine. So here we are. So you're waking up. What was that?
Can you just remind me of the damage dice on them, please?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna send you the stats on those upgrades for you, Resin. That's the phone. Just grab this stuff real quick. War machines. All right. So acidic bile spray. Oh. I'll put them in the Facebook for all to see. So that's the bile sprayer. Stick spray. Yes, and you would see that, as a reminder, that does replace one of your harpoons on either vehicle. Okay. So with that, is there anything else you guys would like to do with the wandering orchid?
Good.
All right, you guys Oh, you yawn as you take off your robe. You throw back on your leathers, your riding leathers, your sawed-off shotguns, and your crazy riding boots, and prepare to Mad Max again. And yeah, you guys all hop back aboard your machines. Mark off a soul point for all 3 vehicles, 1 for each. And you guys can go to your thing, and you guys will be found at the exit by Mahadi. It says, I hope you've all enjoyed your time here at the Wandering Emporium, and maybe we'll be lucky enough to have your patronage again one day soon. So, enjoy, if you can, Avernus. And if you find it too much for you, perhaps you might find yourself wandering into our Emporium once more. Have a good day.
So just before he goes, I'll just say, we would like to head northish. Can you point in that right direction?
Oh, sure. Let's see here. Generally in that direction over there.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Excellent. So he will tell you that. And for the sake of this, we will say that he's not leading you to the destination, but he's also giving you a general way to go. So you wanted north in relationship to getting to the Monument of Tiamat or the Obelisk? Oh, okay, the Monument of Tiamat.
Sorry, both, because they're in the same area, aren't they?
I can say, the Obelisk, you guys are very close, around there, I believe, that direction. So he will give you a general direction towards the Obelisk. So that will improve your chances of making it to your destination. Yeah, and that's how the charting courses work in Avernus. Is basically roll 2 dice and we see if the numbers match, and that's how we determine if you get there or you stumble somewhere else. But this will help you get there faster. Okay, you and all of your machines sort of get craned back down to the surface of the wastelands. Maybe some of you, before you even hits the ground, just right off the sides, and some wheelies and figure eights around, and really feel the grit under your fingers, the grease and the power, and you guys find yourself back on the Avernian wastes. Lucky you. So where are you headed? You headed to the Obelisk, or are you headed to the Monument of Tiamat? Sounded like there's some interest to go there, so I just wanted to check.
I mean, if we're picking, going to the monument, I would say, I think.
I feel like that's why we're here, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Harmony, let's do that first, and if we're going to look around, let's do that after.
All right. So, Monument of Tiamat first, Smile at the Fire later. That's no problem at all. Just doing a little work on that. As you guys are basically doing a little bit of Avernus here. Descent to Avernus. Okay, so let's see how that goes as you guys are heading that direction. All right, as you have been pointed in that direction, you're gonna have a pretty good time getting there. I'm just gonna make all these guys. Ooh, fun fact, I found something the other day in my mods that'll be pretty cool for you guys. Come on, where are you? Oh, I think I saved them actually. Come on, where are you? Aha, look! What's that right there? Is that a true infernal hell machine? In all of its righteous glory, brother? That is a scavenger. That is an accurate representation of a scavenger right there.
Oh.
For some reason, they didn't add any of the other ones, so that's cool.
That's what me and Tamlin are in.
Yeah, I think so. So, get fucked. This one.
Riding about, scavenging, doing scavenging shit.
Yep. I'm just gonna do a little I just want to see. What a spell.
Did you hear that
Oh,
clicking?
Yes, I can hear that.
all right. Anyway,
It's like
moving
those
right along.
like
Oh, sorry.
clapper hands.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Okay, let's head over there. So, lucky enough, you guys head right to where you were hoping to go with a little bit of guidance from your from Mahadi. You found yourself heading in that direction quite well. So, give me a moment while I organize that. That's a interesting chapter. We'll leave that nice open. We left there. We don't need that anymore. There we are. Okay, let's see. So as you're riding in that direction, you are going to see the massive skull, a draconic skull, larger than any you've ever seen, beginning to sort of emerge from the wasteland mist before you. But before that, you're going to see something sort of just before you get there. A dark tower looms on the horizon, its black spire rising hundreds of feet, its ramparts bristling with charred skulls mounted on iron spikes. The tower's apex splits into 5 narrow spires that jab at the sky like clawed fingers. Circling above the tower's peak is a great white dragon, stained with ash and soot. As you get closer to the tower, you notice figures shuffling atop its ramparts, undead guards in various states of decay. And this is what it looks like. Haha. Is that me? Is that my?
It's going crazy.
No, that's not me. I muted it. It stopped.
I think we're good. I don't hear it anymore.
Anyway,
Perfect.
back to it. So yes, you see this massive, apparently larger than the whole board, spire emerging. In fact, I'm going to try and see if I can reach. I can't take you higher. Oh yeah, this is a big mother. So you see this crazy tower emerging. You will also see that as you're approaching, you kind of like barely see on the map a little tower there, and there will be a note in the margin that says, "He wears the hand of evil, yet his goal remains just beyond his fingertips." The cartographer. Do you wish to stop here, or do you wish to just roll on by and go right towards the monument?
I mean, the barber did seem interested in any information we might find. So if we're not heading directly towards Smiler,
I'm done for a pit stop.
We can always take a look.
There's supposed to be a champion around here, right?
That's the word on the streets.
Well, we have a few champions within our group. Let's see. I'm up for it.
Are those bones?
Those are skulls.
Oh no, they're just rock, I think.
Are they just rocks? Okay.
They could be skulls.
I'm just so confused about the sound that keeps going. No idea where it's coming from. We'll try and press on though. So
Did
you guys
Appalachia soundtrack?
what was that?
Did you pick the Appalachia soundtrack for this background?
I don't think there is. Oh, no, that's. Okay, you guys head over there, and you are going to see all kinds of cool stuff. The first of which you see, the tower seems to be made solidly of some strange black rock that is slightly reflective. You see that it is manned by, as it's previously been said, a number of undead creatures to man the various tower battlements, and the dragon sort of, at your approach, sort of circles down around the tower, getting lower until it not within like danger range of you guys, but certainly closer, and sort of has its eyes on you. And then you see the doors to the gates open up. As it does so, you will be approached by a couple of figures. The first of which is the most prominent. You see this reptilian figure. He is wearing pieces of obsidian armor that are black like the hells, like infernal, hellish armor. On his knees, on his gauntlets, across his chest, he has a number of strange gems and potions strapped across his chest. He also has a shell on his back that comes to large, sharp, triangular points. And in his hand, he holds this huge maul that has two iron skulls mounted to either side, with green steam emerging from the mouths of either skull. And you see this rather imposing dark bluish, blackish turtle, accompanied by a number of armored, sort of menacing undead, accompanying him outward. And he sort of uses the maul almost like a walking stick, but he's strong. He's clearly a mighty individual. He walks closer and will sort of take his stop there and look at the wall. I'm just gonna pull out for this. If we need to get closer, we'll get closer. But for now, let's just enjoy the towerscape, shall we say. And he looks at you all and says, "Well," he says, "Welcome." And he looks past you all at the unicorn and says, "How interesting the company that you keep. You come to the Tower of Archon. What is it that you seek?"
Well, we're new to this plane. We're on our way to find someone. We were just interested by this magnificent standing tower here. We just thought we'd pass by and have a brief respite and see what it's all about.
So it is curiosity that brings you to the Tower of Archon, the Monument of Tiamat.
Curiosity, whim.
Ah, it makes sense. Whim drives you. Very well. You wish to meet with Archon, then?
Sure.
We're here. We may as well. Do we know?
Bring the unicorn and you may come.
So we just turn around to Moon Color. Is it Moon Color? I can't remember his name. Yeah, Moon Color. And just tell him to wait in one of the vehicles.
And he will. He says, "Yes, mount your vehicles, and we will proceed to the monument, and I will take you to him." And he will sort of wave a hand in the air, and the white dragon will land there, and he will mount the side of the white dragon. He says, "Fire." The dragon will take flight into the air with this turtle on its back, and will fly low so you can follow him onto the monument. You load up into your vehicles, drive across the waste for not much time, very little time. And just for your information's sake, oh fuck this. You guys have been traveling 4 hours to get to the monument, so you're about halfway through your travel.
Okay.
But it does not take long, certainly less than an hour. You guys drive over to the monument, and we will go there away from this tower. But anyway, you drive towards this monument, and you will see appearing. In the margin of the map, it says Draconic Devil's Roost and a giant skull through which Dragon Queen speaks with 5 tongues, the cartographer. A colossal dragon skull leans against the mountainside, surrounded by bones the size of houses. Acrid smoke rises from the skull's maw. A military tent has been pitched out among the bones, and parked next to it sits a 2-wheeled infernal war machine. Gathering around this tent are dozens of chittering reptilian humanoids with gleaming swords, white scales, and white leathery wings. You see these strange, half-draconic, half-devilish creatures lingering there. You approach this military tent. The dragon will land, and Tordo will come off his back, and will begin to sort of will approach. As he'll turn around to you all, and he'll say, "Stick close to me if you wish to keep your skin. And by the way, I am Crow, High Cleric of Tiamat. Come." He will instruct you to follow. Seems very insistent the unicorn come with. And he's like, "Yeah, sure, whatever, man." And you guys go on through. Let's see. You see in the sulfurous caves around the skull, you see scores of these half-devil, half-draconic humanoid-like creatures. Truly a small army of them. It would be madness to assault this place without an army. Okay. As you approach the larger tent, you're going to see the tent flap thrown back, and you're going to see stepping out is a huge minotaur. He has black skin. He has a gold nose ring. He has these huge golden gauntlets, bare-chested. He had he's gilded in gold. He has like a gold sort of battle skirt. Gold boots over top of his hooves, these magical gold gauntlets, and 2 absolutely monstrous scimitars that are sort of double sheathed across his back. Absolutely monstrous, but beautifully gilded. And the Minotaur steps forth, and he'll sort of snort at all of you and say, "What have you brought, Claw, for the Great Archon?" And it says, "Visitors who wish to meet with the champion." They bring with them interesting tidings. And this individual says, the Minotaur says, very well. You may meet with Archon, but I will not keep my eyes from them. And they sort of opens the tent for you all and watches you all as you go through. And this guy's large. He's head and shoulders taller than all of you. He's like, this guy's like 10, 12 feet tall. He even like looks down at you, Barak, as you walk by. As you enter the tent, you are going to see one more creature. You see a red dragonborn wearing this black armor that is gilded with spikes and skulls. He has a long green tattered cloak across his back. He bears in one of his hands a very dangerous looking battle axe that is part of a rib cage attached to the top of the blade. And in his other hand, actually at about here on his forearm, ceases to be dragonborn and becomes some withered, green, misty, spiked hand that seems to just pour with necromantic energy. That seems to be almost like, it seems to be like spoiling his arm, almost like infecting his arm. But he is clearly a mighty, mighty warrior as you approach. And you see the Minotaur bows to this individual and says, Archon Crew. And he goes, yes, what is it? He goes, I bring to you visitors who have come to meet with you. They speak of curiosity. Having things that might interest you is what crows spoke. Yes. Very well. And this individual sort of turns to face all of you. You also see, as he does so, he with his not evil hand, he grabs a piece of meat and throws it in the corner, to which you see a human-faced with lion mane spines throughout the lion's mane and a large winged lion body just sort of emerge from the shadows and take the steak and eat it as you see this manticore sort of curl up in the corner and look at you all with cruel eyes. And Archon, the Dragonborn, stands before you and he says, so, who are all of you then?
Hi, I'm Trixie.
Hi.
I like
We
your
are the
manticore.
Knights of the Scorched Earth.
Knights of the Scorched Earth.
Oh,
Not
we're
natives.
No,
as
we're
well as
visiting
that.
from the Fey realm.
What was that?
No, we're visiting from the Fey realm.
I see. Ooh, we have our Vivian here. Sorry, you got a little static coming through. That might be you. The sound.
It's gone.
And it's gone. He goes, visiting from the Fey realm. Are you sightseeing? Are you interested in the Great Dragon Queen? Why is it that you have come?
Actually, we were on our way in a similar direction, but to another location. And we'd heard that this area may have a very interesting visitor.
I see. Very well, proceed.
Is Tiamat's champion here?
I am Tiamat's champion. I am Archon the Cruel, one of the slayers of Vecna himself.
Well, then it is certainly our great honor to meet.
Likewise, you seem to have the bearings of those who know what they're doing.
Well, for the moment at least.
So,
I don't know that we had any particular business, did we? And he kind of turns and looks back at the group. I think we.
No.
I
There
think
was no particular business. I think it was just more of a curiosity and just to introduce ourselves while we are
Pay
in
our
this plane.
respects while we're in the area.
Pay your respects. How interesting.
certainly in a landscape of warlords and petty demons, the presence of a champion, such as yourself, seemed noteworthy.
I do not require appreciation to pay, but if you wish to pay appreciation to someone of significance in the house, I recommend you do it to Tiamat herself. I do not recommend going into her depths, for you are not friend with the dragon, or I would have known you. But if there's something specific that you wish, I'm always interested to hear from such strange creatures as you. I'm not so close-minded as to turn down an opportunity when it arises itself, as you seem to come with ample opportunity for payment if you needed aid of some kind.
We are on the lookout for a certain individual that we need to speak to, shall we say. But we're having trouble securing a location for him. Now, it may happen that you might know this fella. Smiler?
You request a guide.
Don't request a guide. We're, as I say, we were passing by. Thought we'd offer our respect. Maybe someone knows a more direct way of finding the person that we're looking for.
Actually, a guide in unfamiliar terrain sounds delightful.
We sort of zapped our last guide.
So I see. Well, what would you provide me in exchange for one of mine to guide all of yours? For I have many servants.
What is it you are? Is there anything that you are looking for help with? Or is there some service that we may provide?
You look to be potent. I'll tell you what, make me a persuasion check, Horlick, and I'll say do so at advantage. And I'll tell you why, perhaps in a moment.
Oh, that was correct. 13.
13?
Yeah.
He looks at you and he says, I do not know you, but I did have a brief stint in Exandria. I know a champion when I see one. You do seem to have the bearings of one who worships Cord, no?
I may well be a champion of deities, but this is, again, another quest that we are here for.
If I am not mistaken, in that world, your Cord is listed among the prime deities, and my goddess would be what your people call betrayal. I expect you're not here for a fight.
Not with you, anyway. As I said, we're looking for a certain individual. He's our task and our mission. That is all we're here for.
Fine. Perhaps there is something you all might do for you, as you seem to be enjoying the countryside as one only could from a position of great power. I took a stint, as I said, in your world of Exandria, and there I acquired something of immense value. And he'll display the green, necrotic, withered hand. He says, I possess the hand of Vector, a hand of a god lays upon my very arm, and I intend to use it to free my dragon. But alas, its powers are even beyond my reach, even being the bearer of it, and it has taken my life. However, it need not be so. Should I use the hand to snuff the life of a good-aligned creature, it can extend my life force, and perhaps give me what I need to continue my pursuits of the dragon. What I need most, and for this I'll provide many services more than just a simple guide. Give me the blood of your unicorn. Allow me to take its life with the hand, and it will restore me as nothing else could. And you will have the help of our common crew in many shapes and forms.
And now, unfortunately, my unicorn friend here is his life isn't ours to give. So I cannot offer you that life.
A life can be claimed by anyone who has the might to claim it.
Well,
Life
it's true, but we're
belongs to
not
its
here to claim lives, such as this unicorn. He was trapped. So we saved him in a way, and I'm not most probably about to give him to you to just die, just for us to have a guide. That's my opinion.
Okay. And Vivian will actually step forward. Or like, if you don't mind, I would like to talk to the Archon.
Have at it.
Thank you. I'd like to speak candidly. My name is Vivienne. I will wait a second to see if he recognizes the name and then move forward.
Yes. The Dream. Welcome.
I was not sure if you would have heard of me. I'm obscure.
My pursuits are that of a paladin. I am one who goes forth to fight for my queen. The knowledge, deep lores, well, I leave that to Crow, but I have been educated in some matters. Heard stories here.
So then speak candidly. How much time do you have? Do we walk out of here without the unicorn?
I have time. I have some time. But not as much as I'd like. It is difficult to quantify. This is a power like none other. This is truly the power of a god fastened to my wrist. But I shall tell you what. What I ask of you is no small thing, the life of you, and it would restore me. So I will pay it in kind, blood for blood. Not only will I provide you, if you, of course, give me the life of your creature outside, I'll not only give you a guide to what you seek, but I will give you blood in turn. A vial of blood from the Dragon Queen herself. The blood of a god. The blood of a dragon. A reliquary of immense value.
Above the table, is there a check that I can roll to see if I know what the heck that is? Because as a player, I got no idea.
Sure, make an Arcana check.
Arcana?
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Trixie at this point will definitely be like, maybe we should go outside and, discuss this option.
What am I gonna do with the blood of a god? I bet we're not even the same blood type.
That was a 21.
21. He means literally. He is being literal in this moment. This is the monument to Tiamat and also her prison here in Avernus. And he, being her champion, perhaps, as he is offered, has the ability to go within and beseech his goddess to give him her literal life. He offers you in exchange for the blood of the unicorn not only the guide to Smiler, but a vial of the blood of the dragon queen Tiamat herself. A reliquary of its value is second to none.
No. I get that, but I don't.
What you can do with it is what you.
Yeah, I don't know what do you drink it? Do you use it as a weapon?
I think it's beyond like you roll very well. I thought you were rolling to sort of understand what he's exactly offering, but like probably the sky's the limit. If there was ever a more like from a holy perspective, from a clerical perspective, it's a reliquary of immense value. There's no spell you could not cast with it. It is an immensely holy relic. From an arcane perspective, it is probably got incredible divine and arcane potential and magic. Like, no one here is a particularly like mightily skilled enchanter. All of you are skilled at Arcana. All I will say is that the potential is overwhelming. Like, what couldn't you do? This is really the question.
I'm going to send you a question over chat.
Gonna leave and go outside to our unicorn friend. She doesn't like this.
Yeah, I'll follow you outside.
Cool. And by the way, I'm considering the unicorn to be outside. Maybe I wasn't very specific about that, but I will assume the unicorn's outside. And we're not just brazenly talking about murdering it. It's just like chilling.
Right, and the unicorn's pinned between the turtle and the minotaur.
Yeah, they're just staring at him, knowing his value and all the fucking Abu shine. You know, he's like, "Hey guys, what's going on?" Possibly. Again, it's difficult to quantify what you're capable of. I would say it could potentially be a control. There are many in your station that have tried, and many in your station who have had great resources, and many in your station who have failed. But it is possible.
Yeah.
Let me know when we get to the unicorn, because I'm gonna do something.
No.
Walk outside.
Vivian will make her.
Yeah, Archon allows you all to leave. There's no offense in leaving. I step outside, and again, you see him like the Minotaur was in the tent with you guys. He steps out and keeps an eye on you guys, and then Peral's sort of like looking at the unicorn, almost like playing with its hair off its mane a little bit. He's like, "Hey, what are your little hands? You know, that's all right. It's all right." You guys all step outside.
I'm gonna plane shift the unicorn to the Feywild.
Okay, you cast plane shift on the unicorn.
I'm just taking her and going.
Oh no.
I don't say anything. I don't tell anybody. I just plane shift. That's the way.
All right, and you're taking off too.
I have to, yeah. I think.
Yeah, you got it. I know that you can. Actually, I think you can do it on a target. I think plane shift works on a target. Like it's effective combat spell.
It says you and up to. I think I have to go. But I'll be able to get back.
Yeah, I know that there is a particularly cruel use of a plane shift spell. Alternatively, if you know the sigil sequence of a teleportation circle on another plane of existence, a spell can take you to that circle. You can also use the spell to banish an unwilling creature to another plane. Choose a creature within your reach and make a melee spell attack against it. On a hit, the creature must make a charisma saving throw. If the creature fails to save, it is transported to a random location on the plane of its existence you specify. a creature so transported must find its own way back to your current plane of existence. So you can't, like, it would be random, but you can send it to just the Feywild.
Yeah, Trixie wouldn't think to do that. She's just going to plane shift the two of them.
Okay.
But she'll be able to get back. Like, I have
She's
enough
like-
spell slots to come back.
Yep. Can we step outside? And then you guys will step outside, and you walk up to Moon Colors, like, hey, little lady, how you doing? And you just sort of like go to pet its mane. And you like, maybe you guys suddenly see the tuning fork appear, and it's like, oh. And you just sort of like, ding, like off your bracelet or something, and they sort of disapparate and vanish, both of them.
We've already had one unicorn die around us, and I can't let it happen again.
Kroll is like,
I think all of us are like,
Sorry, guys.
yeah. I think Kroll's a little like upset. I don't think he's like actively hostile. Well, maybe he is. You don't know, but there's certainly like this moment of like everyone's looking at each other.
So I don't think we have a deal.
No, I suppose there's not a lot left for us to discuss here then.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, I'm like, let's push it. Okay, we'll be going now. All right. I'll tell you what. I want Vivian, Tamlin, Brock, and Orlick to roll just like, let's call it persuasion checks, just to see if you guys can like keep things smooth enough that you can get to your vehicles and drive away without any sort of heightened temper, shall we say?
Okay.
We'll call this
Okay,
like
that's fine.
persuasion check to leave without, someone waving the hand.
I'm sure
Vivian
that's
rolled
fine.
a 29.
29, got it. That's pretty damn good.
I was afraid
natural
that even if
one
we
would
said no, they
make
would
it
just kill it
10.
anyways.
No, I
29, natural 1 from Orlick, for a total of
10.
10, 10, 29,
21.
21, Brock.
12.
So Brock and Orlick are like, well, fucking, what are you? It's like, well, what are you gonna do? What are you like? It happens. Like shit. Like, we stick by our girl, and like you guys are like, and Vivian and Tamlin are damaged. They're like, okay, well, I think it's time. Great. Yeah, you guys are. Orlick and Brock are like, what do we do about it? And you two are like, and it's time to go. Okay, they've had enough to drink. Okay.
What, am I not good enough for you?
What are you gonna do about it, bitch? And they're like, and they start backing up. And you guys get into your vehicles and fucking hit the pedal as hard as you goddamn can. And you guys certainly leave with your answer. You leave, but with those very high checks, they seem to they allow you to leave, but it may not be the best idea to return. Let's say that.
Okay, so Vivian, do you have a way of contacting Trixie as she's teleported away? I would assume that she's gone to another place, not here.
if I had to guess, I'd say she went to the Feywild, and she's capable of getting back to us. She has the appropriate
Well,
spells.
if we're on the move, we're not going to be back in the place where we started. So
I guarantee you she's not going to go back there. I'm sure she'll...
no, I mean,
If I had to guess, I say she probably went to Sibilna's. Trixie's smart. If
fair
I
enough.
need to, I can contact her more than likely. If I appreciate, or like I appreciate not wanting to sacrifice
So really, I'm sorry, Vivian. We're hearing that flapping noise coming from the computer again.
I don't know what it is.
It's all good. It's all good. I just want to point it out in case you did.
I mean, I can play with my settings some.
It sounds better now. Just every now and then it seems. Yeah. Like right now.
I'll tell you what I think it is. I think it might be my chair, actually, because I wiggle. Because when
Whoa.
I'm
It
still...
feels like.
It sounds like a loose wire.
Or like a fan.
I don't have a fan. I'm checking. Hold on.
It only kicks up every now and then. Like,
Are we good right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's weird.
When the other room is ready, I actually have a really good mic, but there's no room for it in my little corner right here.
It's like, have you ever heard those like speed clappers? That like.
Oh fucker, that sucks. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
Technology is a pain in the ass. It's all good. Anyway, sorry. Please proceed with what you were saying. I apologize.
So yeah, Vivian will say to Horlek, I appreciate not wanting to sacrifice any party members. I really, really do. Sometimes when dealing with temperamental personalities, it can be better to deal with things obliquely. Do you understand? And that's not a skill everyone has, and that's fine. When you feel like dropping your dick on the table in front of someone like that, maybe just give us a moment, see if we can de-escalate. Because that was a lot of aggro for just us. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just asking that we are wise in how we tell people to fuck off. Also, your silence spell is really strong right now.
I thought so. So your words, okay, I understand and I get that. But I'm not here to sacrifice people just so that we can get someone to take us where we need to go.
Neither am I.
No.
This wasn't about your stand. This was about your methods.
This is me.
Then perhaps let someone else do the talking.
I'm quite happy with that.
Okay.
Give me my team.
I'm gonna just go ahead and mute Vivian for a sec while we're not talking. So we're gonna have a minute. Yep. So you guys drive across the hellscape. Sounds like you're not quite sending a message to Trixie. So Trixie, do you intend to like bamf like right back, or should we see how you're doing?
Yeah, so I think she'll maybe fill Zybilna in with more than 25 words at a time, just like, what we've been doing. And then I'll maybe ask her if she knows of a way to like focus a plane shift to find people. Probably not, but that's what she asks.
Sure thing. There we are. Let's go see what's up with Trixie. So Trixie, you arrive in the Feywild once more. Oh shit! Oh, that's the car. What the fuck was that?
I accidentally plane shifted the car because it's got a soul in it,
Moon color appears. Trixie appears. Moon color goes. Oh, we're back. Well, this works just fine for me.
Yeah, the guy that we were meeting, he wanted to kill you and take your blood, and I thought it was best to just get you out of there.
You know what? I really appreciate that. It's a really friendly thing you did for me right there.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
I appreciate you not letting them kill me and take my blood. That would have been unfortunate for me. This is a lovely place you brought me to, of all places. I gotta say, very nice.
Do you want to come meet Zybilna?
That would be awesome. I'd love to meet Zybilna. Who's Zybilna?
She is the ruler, queen, archbay, everything of this here Prismere.
Wow. Well, shit. All right. Yeah. Let's go meet her. She sounds like a lot of fun.
She is a lot of fun.
And for whatever reason, we'll say like she comes up to greet you. You guys have been gone for a minute. She's missing you. She goes, Trisuin, it is good to see that you've returned. And who do we have here?
I'm blanking on the name. Moon
Moon color.
Moon color. This is moon color.
Excellent. Prismere has been needing a unicorn for some time, or another one anyway. And she will regard the unicorn. The unicorn will sort of do the unicorn sort of forward bow, and will say, "Well, it's just really fine to meet you, and I gotta say, your compatriots are mighty kind. They got me back here, no problem." And she says, "Well, that is excellent to hear. Yes, you're most welcome within our lands, and if I may say so, I might have someone you'd like to meet." He goes, "Oh, really? Who's that?" He goes, "Well, if you head to the lands of Thither, the large forested region is one of the thirds of my domain. Indeed, if you head there, there is a rather large lake. God, what the fuck do you mean I can't? Sorry, that was not that was me. So there's a rather large lake that seems to hold a unicorn there. And I think you might be very interested to meet another of your kind of the feminine persuasion. Perhaps the two of you might." And he goes, "Oh, okay, that's all you needed to say, baby. All right, well, you know what? I'm just going to have myself a little skip down the mountain and go introduce myself. What was her name, if you don't mind my asking?" And she will go, "Man, where is
Look at all the good we're doing, guys. It's amazing.
Pretty soon you'll be able to put that alignment back up to good.
Yeah, you know what? Straight up, Trixie, go ahead. You're good now, man. You saved the unicorn from certain death, or possible certain death. Anyway.
I'm sure it won't take me long to come back down, but yes.
We'll work on it. So the lands of Thither. Let's see. It says, yes, there is a unicorn in a rather large lake. Her name is Lamorna, and she mourns, well, some time ago she mourned her lost love, who was slain by a rather cruel witch. I think as well, I'm all about being, helping someone through a tough time, maybe soothe their pain. The unicorns are a real healing type, you know what I mean? I'm gonna go meet this Lamorna. I got a real good setup here, and hey, Trixie, again, thank you for the bringing me back here and freeing me from that giant tower and all that hellish stuff. I really appreciate it. You ever want to stop by? Love to see you.
I know exactly where you're going if you stay there, so we probably will.
Right on, right on. And with that, the unicorn will very majestically, the light will hit her just right in sort of like the silhouette. Her mane will ruffle around. There'll be a little sparkle of iridescent, pearlescent magic. And then she'll go riding off to go meet another unicorn of her kind here in the Feywild. And Trixie will sort of look at, or Zabilna will look at you with a slight sort of smile on her face and says, "So, I certainly hope the rest aren't dead."
I also hope the same thing. They were alive when I left. But this Archon, the Cruel, Champion of Tiamat, essentially wanted to kill Mooncolor and take blood and stuff. And we've already had one unicorn loss. I didn't want another one.
Well, that's.
So I didn't really tell everybody what I was doing. I just kind of popped it.
Yes. Or rather, made the right decision. Yes. Well, I sure hope that the knights are not currently under siege. That would be unfortunate for them.
It would.
Right.
I'm sure they're fine. They had really fast hell vehicle things.
Oh, excellent. So they're probably fine. Yeah. Tamlin's very strong. Relk is very
also
strong.
Very strong.
Orlek is also very strong, and Vivian's very magical. And
yes.
I'm sure they're figuring it.
I just have to figure out how to get back to them and find out where they are. It's very confusing and hard to find places there.
I see. Is there somewhere that you're trying to go specifically?
Just where they are, but I don't know where they are, so that's going to be difficult. I figured if I can't figure something out, I'll just head back to Mad Maggie's and then figure it out from there.
I see. Well, would you like to have some tea first? Right, come. And she'll like you'll have a little tea break. You guys will sit down. You'll have like tea.
He'll probably have some food while I'm here.
Yeah, good. Like she'll like some extra food. And he'd be like, and just like have some proper food. You haven't had. I mean, we're in Infernal Rapture, but
Trixie
still.
will be like, I should be quick, but then she like, oh, cupcake. Oh, this.
Oh, cupcakes. And she'll be like, well, it's lovely you had a chance to sit down, Trixie. It's been far too long. We just had a nice casual conversation, you know. Oh, well, look at the time. We probably should be sending you back. Hopefully, they're all still alive. Yes. All right. Well, is there anything else you need before you go?
No.
No. All right. Well, it's been lovely seeing you. Ta-ta. And she will, via the power of wish, plane shift you to your friends. Or she'll plane shift you to Brock specifically, because you two are just two peas in a pod. And we'll say, Brock, you're just drive it. Which one? You're the demon grinder. Suddenly, in a sparkle of fey magic, Trixie appears in the seat next to you.
Oh, good. You're still alive.
I will say it's only like 60 seconds
Oh, yeah.
past since when.
Oh.
So we just got in the car.
So
Yeah,
I've been
like,
gone
you
for
guys
hours,
just
but
got away. You're like, oh fuck! Like you guys just got away. Like in the other car, Vivian and Pollock are having their conversation. So what was an hour of tea time for Trixie and Zabilmo has been a minute for all of you. So Trixie comes back. Maybe there's some crumbs on her shirt, and she's just looking like a little. She's definitely not as stressed out as when she left.
maybe I still have the teacup in my
It's
hand.
the-
But then I'm like, oh, I'm here. It's not going to taste the same. I just throw it out the window.
Yeah, they were not happy about that.
Did you guys get in trouble? Like, have you been running long? And then I'm like, oh, you're still here. What happened?
No, yeah, we're still parked out front.
Are we okay?
I mean, we're hustling. We're moving quickly.
Yeah, I think yeah,
We're not loitering.
you're gunning it.
Oh yeah, it's probably. Oh, got it.
All right, so you guys go riding across the wastelands. You have a little bit of direction as to where you're going. And hey, you have a little information that you can give to the barber, who apparently is interested in that, back in the Wandering Emporium, if you ever run into them again. Let's see if you guys are getting closer. I don't think there's much between you and the obelisk at this point. Jeez, I didn't look at the map, you guys. Okay, so I will say that you guys, it's a wandering emporium, so perhaps the emporium wandered across the river Styx, and that's how you got closer to the monument to Tiamat. So you guys see up north, there's like Archon the Cruel's Tower, and then the monument to Tiamat some ways beyond. So you guys sort of are driving in the direction. You're doing a good job, and you get to the very wide bridge of the river Styx. I will say, on the far side of the river Styx, you see a massive battle taking place. You see a line of bearded devils with glaive in hand standing side by side as a number of like demonic dregs come filing out of just like a literal horde, just clambering over top of each other, come clambering out of the river Styx, charging the front line. And very much like the beginning of Lord of the Rings, where like you see the elves like one by one in a line, sort of like do the blade swing up with the glaives, is exactly what the bearded devils do. Like as the hordes of dredges come charging in, the bearded devils bring their glaives in, carve out the front line. You see towards the back, you see some grander devil, maybe a chain devil, sort of commanding the front line. And you see a huge battle taking place across the river Styx, which is where you're going. And at this point, I will say you can see sort of off to the right and high, just barely through the sort of smog of Avernus. You do see on the high hill a large black obelisk, not nearly as tall as Archon's Tower, but a black obelisk nonetheless.
Like holding up the map and then looking at the obelisk and then holding up the map. looking. Yeah, I think this is the
I
place.
think that's it. Yeah, we have to get across the river, though, right?
Do you see any like bridges or maybe a ramp? I could work with a ramp.
This is a very, very, very wide. This is
A big ramp.
very, very. I can jump it. I can jump it. It's fine. It's a pretty wide river. Suddenly, you see a row of reverse gravities. You'll have to hit them all perfectly to get across. Okay. This is not Rayman. No, you're gonna have to find a way across. You could possibly try and seek out one of those Dugalith ferryman creatures. But what would you like to do?
So is there any barges that's capable enough of taking all 3 vehicles across at one time?
Well, it's a very wide river. Chances are you're gonna go into the river before you get across. This isn't like it's a pretty deep
No, a
river.
barge as in like a ferry.
Ooh, a barge.
All 3 of them.
Yeah, when you've seen those Yugoloth ferrymen, they have rather large barges. They seem to that could take most, if not all, of your machines with.
Do we see any of them in the immediate vicinity?
Make a perception check.
13.
13. You look around. You see some ways down. You do indeed see the maybe one barge sort of moving its way through the river. You can try and draw their attention across.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'll fly out to the barge.
All right. Okay, that will certainly do the job. You fly over to the barge. It takes a little while, but not too long. Maybe like 10 minutes, because it's rather far off. But you fly off the center of the river, and you land on the barge. The creature turns and looks at you with its sort of skin-wrapped skull face, and says, "You come seeking passage across the river."
Yes, we do. I have a couple of vehicles that we need to get across as well.
One soul is what I require.
I have a soul coin. Will that do?
Yeah, I was just trying to say. Okay,
That
thanks.
can be done.
All right, deal. And he'll take you across the river, and he's gonna say, "So I like while you guys are heading over, he's gonna go, so I know you're probably not into this kind of thing, but I don't know. I've been trying to get some contracts signed. No interest in some vernal power. So,
Sorry, I lost you a little bit there.
what was that?
I lost you a little bit there at the end.
Oh, he says, I don't know if you're interested in this kind of thing. Most people aren't, but I'm trying to get some contracts signed lately, and I got a couple. But wouldn't be interested in infernal power in exchange for your soul, anything like that. No.
Not today, thank you.
I'm good. Thank you very much.
I just thought I'd try. Difficult
hustle.
subject to approach. Your soul for power. It's awkward. Working on it. And eventually you guys get it. And it's also worth saying your soul's kind of already embedded to another as a warlock. But yeah, you make your way across, and you guys ride your machines onto the barge, and he says, "Beware, travelers of the Styx, for war rages on the other side. You think you have what it takes to grind through the horde?" Oh, I see you have a demon grinder. And then you guys continue to board across the barge. And he says, "Okay, so when I put it down, you're just gonna want to go. You're just gonna go as fast as you can. Put the grinder in the front. The rest of you guys follow behind. You're just gonna want to just carve through. It's a lot of them. It's my suggestion,
Thank you for your wisdom.
Right. Sure. Okay. Have fun. And the very D-Day, and there's just like immediately, and you guys, and you use that crunching maw of the demon grinder to just tear and Brock, you being the rider there, and Trixie, you're in the seat. I imagine you're in the like snapping maw demon grinder part. You have the raking sides going and everything. You guys just, it's a good thing you have all these like plates and sort of mesh windows, because there's just chunks of demon and devil flesh just being thrown across, and you guys are very much driving behind the demon grinder. You're seeing this like almost like passing through like water, almost like it's that much. Just like over top, and bodies being laid out, and the drive's like as you're going through all these bodies. I believe the Tormentor is raking sides as well, and you guys are just carving through the line as you just tear through demons, and then you hit the devils and start going through the devils.
I think we hit something.
Yeah, I'm just going to preemptively conjure 2 dryads to fill out the other 2 weapons.
They go, pursuing of the Feywild, what would you have us do?
Just weapons, just you know.
Man the cannon!
Yes, that.
They go, oh, this is what we're talking about. Hell yeah! And they jump on their stations, and they're like, harpoons away, bitches! And they just like firing away, and you see the chaos in their eyes. They're like, ha ha ha! And they're fully immersed in the moment. Maybe hell is kind of influencing them a little bit. As conjured beings tend to take on that variety, so maybe there's some like hellish symbols or flame in between their wood stocks as they're like die as they're like firing all these off. And but eventually you guys just rake through them all, tearing your way through, and you're certainly too fast for anything that wants revenge to keep up with. And you go rolling through, and you'll be picking pieces of demon and devil out of your wheels for the next little while, probably. But you make it through, as the demon grinder is literally built to just massacre through swaths of demons and devils. So you did it. Congratulations. That no checks. You can roll damage here forever if you want to, but it's not necessary. They die. And you continue your travels. Well done. And lucky enough, you are going to get to your destination without issue. And you're going to see some things as you begin to ride up the side of that mountain. You realize you're close to your destination. You're coming to the end of this journey. Perhaps the blade that you have been seeking, the blade of Summer's Wrath, may be upon you. You see this, what is probably about a 30-foot tall obelisk, ringed by 7 smaller standing stones, rise from the center of the hill that you're riding on. But more importantly, you see a couple of other things. You see some hell machines. You see a bit of a war band as before. You see some familiar-looking Yugoloth, similar to the ones that were standing outside of Mordenkainen's home. But most essentially, you see a rather interesting figure up on a high rock nearby. As the winds of Avernus whistle by, you will see a 2-wheeled infernal war machine parked next to a large rock. And standing on that rock, peeing into the hot wind, is a slender elf-like figure with a flaming blade strapped to his back.
We can finish our collection.
What's up, Tim?
In the wind?
Yeah, literally pissing in the wind. Literally pissing into the hot winds of Avernus. And he's just
As
like...
it goes back to London?
And some of his like servants are there, just like... They're like...
First of all,
I say...
He actually is defiling him.
He's living up to his name. Let me see if I can get them in a better position here. But yeah, as you guys ride out, you do recognize these rather larger winged Yugoloth creatures, which you're pretty sure are from Mordenkainen's tower, just like very specific scars and colorations. You're like, yeah, they're from Mordenkainen's. What's going on there? And you do indeed see, where am I going to put him? How about, I need a cool rock for him to stand on. Let me just go get one. There, he's pissing in the wind right there. his machines right here, and he's like, "Oh, something for you too." and guys like, oh, "Come on, man." And and yeah, you guys ride up. Is there anything you want to do or say? Or... Ooh, fun fact. Last thing I'll tell you about the landscape that is allowed in here is it does look a little fey. I haven't put it on the board specifically, but you do see like massive fey vines wrapping around the towers. You do see like strange mushrooms growing here and there. It very much looks like the this crazy obelisk tower and the landscape of Avernus around it with the broken siege weapons does seem to be slightly overgrown with fey greenery, shall we say. And this is what you arrived to.
All right, so
Going straight to killing him?
yeah, I mean, the other ones, none of them were actively, weren't we told us he's the only one who's actively using one of the harmonies? So maybe we can just kill him and take it from him. Instead of having to ease his woes.
I mean, he has friends.
Those friends look rather familiar. Can anybody ask Mordenkind if he's here to help or hinder?
Vivian would like to send a sending to Mordenkainen.
Okay, what do you say?
What the hell?
Bro.
Yes, you're right. What the hell? What else?
Your devils are with Smiler. This is Zybilna's objective. Does he have your support? I'd rather not be at cross purposes or have misunderstandings.
You get a response. Oh, touchy, aren't we? No, I did not send anyone to support people in objection to Zybilna's objectives. I was wondering where they went, actually.
I thought she was very politic.
Are we talking or are we attacking? What are we doing, guys?
Well, can we find out where Mordenkind is?
Mordenkainen has been wondering where they are and why they haven't come home. So I believe we can just tell them to go home and maybe they will.
I have a question.
Question away, sir.
Would we well, for the group actually. Would
Oh,
we prefer to separate Smiler and send him back to the Fey realm and deal with him alone there rather than dealing with all of these demons?
Fuck it, let's give it a shot.
Yeah.
It works for me.
Good first try to do.
We have the ability to send him back to his own plane. We could do that, and then he won't have an army of demons supporting him, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can banish him.
I'm
You
so
all just need
calm.
to keep me safe.
Okay.
You guys ride up. So you kind of want to like stop and get out and try and bring him to the Feywild?
Yeah.
So you guys stop, you get out. Immediately he looks up with interest. And they're talking, he goes, "Hey, look at this!" And he jumps off of his rock and he just sort of like jumps up and down and waves as you guys make your approach. And he goes, "Hello, all of you. Hello, welcome. Look at you. Look at you all. Proper Fey, not even slightly touched by fucking madness. How incredible. I mean, the right kind of madness, I say. This kind of madness. This place is fucking mad. But what do you want? You all look rather proper from where we're from."
I just take 2 steps back and look towards Vivian and Tamlin and just say,
You take 2 steps back?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's where are you going? Hey, you come back here. I was talking to you. Very rude.
I'm not the one to talk to.
All right then.
Can I
Yeah.
just Druidcraft the weather effect in front of him just to see if it distracts him a little bit? I say nothing. I just Druidcraft, the weather forecasting it does.
He sort of looks down at that and goes, "What's this? What are you doing?" "I know the weather. It's cloudy, as it has been."
It's hell outside.
"It's fucking hell outside. That is right, sir. I like you. I like all of you. You should serve me. Maybe we could even find a way back to the Feywild."
Would you like to go
Did you
back?
want to go back to the Feywild?
Yes, of course. I want to go back to the fucking Feywild. It's fucking madness out here.
Well, let's go back to the Feywild.
Who the fuck are you?
Someone who can take you back to the Feywild.
Good enough for me. So why not? We'll actually make a persuasion.
Can I help?
That was
Yeah,
easy.
sure. Take advantage.
You have to roll 5 or over.
Right. Just don't roll a 1.
That's another 29.
He goes, "Of course I want to go back to the fucking Feywild. It's fucking madness out here. It's fun defiling people for a while, but they really don't enjoy it."
Persuin, can you take us all?
Of course I can.
Well, let's go.
"Goodbye, my fellow warplans. You're in charge. Fuck all of you. I've hated my time here explicitly. And, get fuck me." And he'll just run over to you guys with Lee.
Before we go,
"Send me home, strangers."
are you able to send Mad Maggie a nice little message to say there's 3 vehicles here that have been upgraded a little and they're for her?
I'll take care of it. Let's go.
"Yes, let's go. Please. Please." Grabs your shirt, Vivian. "Take me back."
Everybody hold hands.
All right.
Hold the nice druid's hand now.
He grabs you by the wrist and takes your hand. "Let's go.
Yeah.
Fucking let's go right now."
And I go.
Flipping
go.
off. "Fuck you, Zariel, wherever you are, you fucking bitch."
Oh, yeah, no, we leave before that. We leave. We're out of there.
"I hate you so." Wait, telepathy. And you guys out of the fucking house, leaving your war machines behind, incidentally making this warband far more powerful than it was 2 minutes ago. Minus, of course, a scion of Fey fury and madness, which is a pretty big boon for them. But anyway, return to which I presume to be you're going to the Palace of Sbilna.
Might as well, right?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, I should have brought smiling with me. Oh well. Maybe we just zoom out for this part unless we need to. So you arrive in the Palace of Heart's Desire, and he's like, and he just starts like skipping around. He's like, "Yes, look, trees, water, holy fuck, water!" And he like dunks his head in some water for like a couple seconds.
And now for payment, yes?
He pulls his head out. He didn't hear what you said. And he's like, oh my god, water. It's not spoiled. It's not wretched. It's not horrible.
Indeed. Aren't you happy to be home?
He goes and hugs a tree. Yes. Oh, yes. He starts
And
like,
now for payment.
He's fucked. He starts like dry humping the tree. He's like, yes, oh my god.
I'm sure.
He's just like, he's just like, he's completely fucking mad. It's like, oh, I missed so much. He takes a leaf. He like rubs it on his face. He eats it. He goes, oh, it doesn't even taste that bad. And he's just like skipping around like a complete fucking lunatic.
While he's doing that, can I use magic awareness and see if I can't see if he has the harmony on him?
You're blinded by the magical presence of the sword, the inflamed sword that he has sheathed on his back. And it is loosely sheathed by a number of leather straps.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Yes,
Yep,
great.
this is our guy.
So while he's off doing his thing, I'm going to come over to Brock and Trixie and say, so the easiest way to handle this is he accepted Fey hospitality without negotiating terms, so he owes us the sword. Shall we let Zybilna handle it?
That seems fair enough for me.
Yeah.
See, that's what I was thinking. God, I love it when it's easy. That never happens.
He's just skipping around. He's like rolling around. He's like rolling around on the ground in grass.
Should we summon her? He's going to be a while.
Yes, let's bring her to him.
Yeah.
I'll actually ask Brock, do you mind using the stone for this one? Just in case it comes to this.
Yeah, no problem. I'll pull out the sending stone and I'll send a sending to Zybilna.
All right. What do you just say? Hey, we're in the courtyard, basically.
Yep, we've arrived in the courtyard. We have our man with the harmony. Accepted ride back to Feywild. Sword for reciprocity.
You'll basically get just a moment. The doors will open and her ladyship she'll sort of fly. She's sort of using the fly spell, so she kind of comes in with a sort of, she's maybe putting on a little more presentation in this instance. She sort of soars forward, and Smiler, who like sort of, he sort of like looks up with like grass and shit in his hair and like a stick in his mouth, and he's just like, looks up, kind of stands up. He goes, who the fuck are you? Oh, you look good. And Zybilna's like, there's like a slight twitch at the edge of her eye. She goes, I am the Archfey, and you have met my knights, the Scorched Earth. He goes, Scorched Earth? That's funny, Avernus. Anyway, what do you want? What the fuck you want? She goes, I want reciprocity for the spell that's my closest advisor cast upon to bring you here, freeing you from hell. You'll be there for some time, and I expect you to remember how this works in the thing. Reciprocity is expected. Yes. And he goes, it looks kind of the same in hell. I didn't sign anything, though. She goes, no, not in hell. You didn't join the Feywild now. You're in my Feywild now. So congratulations, you're back. Give me your fucking sword. He goes, I rather like my sword. It's like a memento. It's like a memory of all the bad days. He says, I'll give you all bad days, but you don't give me the fucking sword. I have patience, and they are limited. Oh god, it's gone. It's truly gone. That dice is gone. Went into a box. It's gone.
That dice went to Avernus.
It's gone.
That went into another plane. That went into the moving plane. I'm gonna have to go cast some spells later. That's literally fucking gone. Okay, well, I'm gonna pretend that didn't happen and move on with my life. That's the best way to deal with things, pretend it didn't happen. He goes, she sort of like looks down at him, sort of intimidatingly, and he sort of looks up at her, sort of like testingly, and she goes, I know the black speech, I know of demons, and I know that you have clawed for your existence. If you wish to claw no more, give us the sword, and give it quickly. He goes, fine! Hell sacked! You got me out of hell. Reciprocity, shit. I guess I better get used to this place again. But I'm giving it to you because I want to. And she's like, yeah. Yes. Just so you know. And she goes, just give us the fucking sword. I just have. He goes, I do not have. Myler, fuck's sakes, give us the soul. And he looks around a little diabolically, and she's like, Myler, give us the sword. So, let's give it, put it down, drop it.
Yep.
And he's like, into the ground. And as he does so, there's a little mote, a little sort of surge of flame sort of licks across the grass and burns all the grass in like a 5-foot radius. The blade just sits on flame in the grass. And some of the gnomes are like, ah, man. Some of the gnome gardeners. And Smiler's like, so, can I go? Zabula says, in fact, I prefer it. Get lost. She goes, oh, and Smiler, if you intend to do any more defiling in Prisma, you will answer to me. Be good, if you can. He says, okay. And he just sort of runs away. He just sort of leaves.
I don't think he has a good bone in his body.
He's been there for some time. She will turn her eyes to Tamlin and say, well, Knight of Vengeance, I made a promise to you some time ago. Power to influence the Summer Queen herself. Will you accept this blade as my thanks for your service?
I certainly do. It was my greatest pleasure.
Very well. You take the blade.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You put your hand on it, and fire licks up your hand for a second. You pull it from the ground, and flame. There's almost a wave of heated air that hits all of you as you raise the blade in the sky. You see this beautiful, ornate Fey sword with a curved point at the edge of it. It looks like the finest of elven craftsmanship, but beyond even that. Where the very blade hilt seems to almost swirl up the side of the blade like vines extending up the side of an old tree, but is jeweled with rubies and fine green emeralds as well. It is an exceptional blade that is sylvan scrawled across it in many different ways, empowering it with the magic of the Feywild itself. And you are in possession of the Sword of Summer's Fury. I gotta go make sure I got the right name for it that you're hooking up, but I believe it is the Sword of Summer's Fury.
Okay.
Huzzah.
Right?
That was awesome, everyone. I love how we did that.
Yeah, that was
Sword of Summer's Flame. Excuse me, Summer's Flame.
Okay.
We'll take a minute to look through that if you wish. And we also have something very important to do, my friend. We need to roll you some beneficial and detrimental properties for attuning to an artifact.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's see. Okay, first and foremost, you are going to have 2 minor beneficial properties. Roll me a D100 for your first one.
All right. Nine.
A 9. While attuned with the artifact, will gain proficiency of 1 skill of my choosing. So, tell me, Tamlin, what are you not proficient in?
Let's see. Skills. I'm not proficient in acrobatics, animal handling, arcana, athletics, insight, investigation, medicine, nature, perception, religion, sleight of hand, stealth, or survival.
You are now proficient in athletics.
Athletics? All right.
Roll me another D100.
That's unbelievable. 6.
Roll again. Unless you want to keep it, you know what the benefit is. You get another proficiency.
That's all right. It's the same benefit. Okay. 45.
Okay, let's work with that. You now have resistance against fire damage.
Oh, nice. Very fitting. All right.
Very cool, yeah.
All right.
All right, roll me another D100 for a major beneficial property.
Okay. 19.
Your charisma score increases by 2 to a maximum of 24.
Oh, all right.
Ooh.
That's pretty good then.
All right, and I need one more for your minor detrimental property. That's good stuff. Now let's see what bad shit happens.
Let's make this one good. 25.
Okay, I think this kind of makes sense. While you're attuned to the artifact, you emit a intense smell of brimstone and like what
Sulfur.
else?
Sulfur and brimstone,
Sure,
sure.
sulfur and brimstone.
You're goddamn right I do.
Perhaps it's been in the Feywild for a little, or in the Hells for a little too long.
Yeah, I like it.
But it's like, it's intense. Like standing near Tamlin, it's overwhelming. It's like an overwhelming smell.
All right.
We might even say a stench.
Sure.
It's not me, it's the sword, I swear.
Not a great smell.
And as you gain the blade and attune to it and feel the power of Summer's flame flow through you, I will say just like, and you guys know what's been going on between Jason and Trixie. In this moment, Brock and Tamlin, you two just like suddenly realize you don't like each other that much.
Well, who could blame you? I smell like sulfur and brimstone.
And I have a very sensitive snoot.
That's true. It's true. So with that, Zabilna will say, and with that, in this very courtyard, we have the power to shape the Feywild itself to our will. The Iron Fae still remain beyond us, but now it is time to destroy them. We shall unite the courts, bring the power of the Feywild dawn upon those who would suffuse this place with ingenuity, destroying the trees, destroying the life here, to build something monstrous. We shall take back these forests, these wilds, and we shall make them one for the Fae again. Prepare yourselves, my mates. We go to war. And that is where we will end the session.
Ah!
Yes, we did it.
You did it! You have collected all 4 harmonies. Party, go ahead and take inspiration. That feels worth it. That feels worth a party-wide inspiration. Everybody gets it.
Do we level up?
Fuck yeah, you level up. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I am conflicted because I will legitimately be in Orlando after a 12-hour drive next Saturday. So, Ryan, I'm going to send you what I'd like to do, but it's all RP stuff. It's just really important that it's done before we go to war, and I don't know how to manage that.
I don't think the next session's going to be like war. Like, I think this is like this is the prep that like maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens. And,
Right.
and yeah, we're gonna see what happens. I think, so we're missing you, Vivian, and who else are we missing next session? We're missing, yeah, you, Taylor.
I'll be out, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we're gonna do some like pre-war strategy prep, final RP sort of stuff before we go to war. Maybe we'll keep it a light session since we're missing 2 people, and one of those people actually has the harmony. Because Zabilna actually does have goodies to give out to the rest of the individuals who do not have artifacts, as she has been taking some time to gather her own things. So we will keep next session a little lighter than going straight to war, I think is what we're gonna do.
Maybe Smiler the Defiler just like immediately gets into shit and we have to deal with him.
You guys just go fucking kill him. Just
He
go
hasn't
fucking
even left the gates and he's already causing trouble.
Right, we
send him back to hell.
Facility.
Yeah, just give him.
It's been like an hour and he's defiling bullywugs.
He's
Yeah.
defiling bullywugs.
He
The king
immediately
of the
went out and started,
bullywugs, well, the late king of the bullywugs has contacted us.
defiling the unicorns.
Oh god.
No.
Oh no.
No,
He
I
is
just
rather the
saved.
defiler. He's his name should say what kind of fucking awful person he is. But it is Hell's fault. You turn evil. You stay there too long. So it is Hell's fault. Maybe if he has a minute around here and someone gives him a little poke on the nose with the right spell, maybe he'll be a nice guy again. We'll see. But yeah, well, and you can always see what's going on with the tube religion too. Maybe there's something going on there.
Yeah,
try
let's
and
take them all
rally
out,
their-
guys.
You got the Pope.
Once and for
Even
all.
Vivienne's
Yeah.
behind that, right? I mean, she's not
Yeah,
gonna.
the party's like, to war! And you guys charge down the hill to like the church of the tomb, and Simona's like, wait, what? What are you doing?
We'll find all like the really high up in the religion and we'll give them the medication that like and then we'll take them out.
Give them some antipsychotics.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
man.
genius.
Okay, people. Thank you.
Take
See
care.
you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow,
See you next
John.
Have a
week.
great night, folks.
Brian, I'm gonna
Okay.
start like texting or messaging you wildly.
Fair enough. Go for it.
So.
Have a good night.
All right. Good night.